Well, we are here for day 2. You guys are prompt. I love it. I want to welcome you to day 2 of the Birmingham Civil Rights Conference. The title this year, The Trauma of Crime and Hate. I'm Sherri Jackson, a news anchor at CBS 42 here in Birmingham. And we're back this morning after a really, I thought, powerful day yesterday with stories from civil rights foot soldiers who endured trauma as a way of life in the Jim Crow South here in our city. We heard from those whose lives were changed after an act of hate in this very place where we stand this morning. An act of hate that killed 4 girls in 1963, setting this nation on a course for a racial reckoning with civil rights. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, they shared about generational trauma yesterday. So the FBI, Birmingham Division, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute enter into this 14th year of this partnership that brings law enforcement and our community together, working collectively to bend that, and we heard this a lot yesterday, the long arc of the moral universe towards justice, as Dr. King said about the long wait for freedom. And what both FBI Director Christopher Wray and Assistant Attorney General of Civil Rights Kristen Clark reminded of all of us of yesterday. So I'm honored to spend this second day with you in this sacred place. Our 3 hosts who will bring you an official welcome will come with their opening remarks, and so they'll come in this order. The great pastor of this church, Reverend Arthur Price, followed by a representative from Birmingham Mayor Randall Woodfin's office, Miss Melissa Smiley, and the U.S. Attorney of the Northern District, Prim Escalona.
Thank you, and good morning again. Greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Glad to have you in this sacred space for this very important conference. And this space has helped shape this conference because this church knows what it's like to go through the trauma of hate, because hate happened here some 60 years ago when a terrorist set off a bomb at this church that killed 4 little girls who were in Sunday school, who were going to participate in worship. A place that's supposed to be safe, a place that's supposed to be a sanctuary, a place that's supposed to be secure for them, had a ripple effect of trauma on the lives of their family because they lost their lives. And one of the young ladies was blinded in one eye, Sarah Collins. And we're so grateful that the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the Civil Rights Institute has chosen this venue as a space to reflect on hate and trauma during this time that we live in today, because there's a whole lot of hate in the United States today. There's a whole lot of trauma that people are going through, as we witnessed on yesterday, that people never got a chance to speak about. And for many years, people just had to live with the trauma and the traumatic incident of what happened here some 60 years ago. But we're so grateful, as I said yesterday, that justice delayed was not justice denied, that although it took 14 years for the first perpetrator to be brought to justice and some 40 years for the last 2 to be brought to justice, they were indeed brought to justice, and for that we are grateful. So again, I hope you are inspired and encouraged and excited about this day. I welcome you to the 16th Street Baptist Church.
Good morning to Pastor Price and to our law enforcement leadership that is here this morning. And on behalf of our mayor and our city, I would like to welcome you to the city of Birmingham. Welcome to this, our city, the Magic City, the city of iron and steel, and most importantly, a city of resilience. It is because of the resilience of the city that I have the privilege to stand here before you. I want to thank you in particular for choosing this venue, this sacred space to have important conversations. We encourage you, while you're here, to explore what our city has to offer. While we're grateful to have venues like 16th Street Baptist Church, the A.G. Gaston Motel, Bethel Baptist Church, and other venues like that in our city, the importance of them to us is that they help us to tell our story. As we move past historic times by which many define the city of Birmingham, I'm here to tell you that not only is our city one of resilience, but it is a forward-moving city. We are not just lingering in our past, but we're taking the lessons from our past to make this city a better place for all of our citizens. Our goal, which we know we need partnerships such as yours to help us achieve, is to create an environment where people can have as good a quality of life as they can have anywhere in the world. So I thank you for coming here. I hope that you absorb the lessons of our town and take them back with you in your work. And I want to say how much we appreciate the work that you're undertaking. And we just want to thank you again for being here. And my final thought to you is, in 1963, could anyone have known that a place full of so much tension would be a place that is a beacon of hope and light for the world? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Prim Escalona, the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama, and I'm just so pleased to be with all of you this morning. I have to admit, this is a little bit of a surreal moment for me. About 20 years ago, I sat in a first-year class at law school, and I listened to Doug Jones and former Attorney General Bill Baxley talk about the prosecutions that they brought to get justice for the 4 little girls that were killed in this church. And so to stand on this hallowed ground 20 years later is just so surreal for me. And I have to admit, I don't remember everything that Doug and Bill Baxley said about those prosecutions. But I'll tell you what I do remember, as clear as day, is the passion and the commitment that Doug Jones had to get justice for those 4 little girls, for their families, for this congregation, and for this entire community. And that has stuck with me all these years. And so it is such an honor to get to be in the same office where folks like Doug Jones and Frank Johnson once held this position. It's such a privilege for me to continue that legacy of civil rights work today. And so we've talked a lot and we've heard a lot about that history, and it's so vitally important that we remember that history and that we talk about that history and that evil and that darkness and the individuals who worked so hard to overcome it. And we've also heard a lot yesterday about the work that's going on today. And I'm going to be pleased to talk a little bit more about that later today, about what the work my office is doing to continue that legacy of civil rights work and justice. But for the few moments this morning, I'd like to talk about the future and what that means. And a lot of what we do in our office is prosecutions, and we do some civil litigation work. But another thing we do is community outreach, and it is one of the most rewarding parts of the job, is getting to go out into the community. And one of the things that we do is this program called United Against Hate, and it was mentioned yesterday, but that's where we go out with law enforcement and community leaders, and we work together in the community to deal with hate crimes, with civil rights, with bias, with hate incidents. And what our office has done is we've decided to partner with schools when we do that, because someone was talking about yesterday that it is better to fix it with children than to try to mend broken adults. And so we have gone to Ramsey High School, and we spoke there with students in their law academy, and it was amazing. And then most recently we were up at Alabama A&M, and I have to confess, it was a 2-day event, and I was a little bit anxious about what the attendance would look like. College students are busy, they have other priorities, and I just wasn't sure who all would show up and what it would look like. And I have to tell you, as the event started and I looked out into a room that was about this size, there wasn't an empty seat. And then as the program began, I noticed kids were coming in, standing along the walls. And so we got out more chairs, and then we ran out of chairs. And then we looked, and there was just standing room only. And they packed out that room. And they weren't there for school credit or just to check a box. They were engaged, they were committed, they were excited about the work that they were going to do in their communities while they were in school and when they got out of school. And they came back the next day and they were even more energized. In fact, one of the students said, Charles Boyce, a freshman, said that a lot of hate can be stopped if you just have conversations with people and really just learn from them, because at the end of the day, we're all human. And it reminded me of something that I've heard the SAC for FBI say, Carlton people say over and over, is it's hard to hate up close. And so events like this, where we can be together and we can talk about these issues, and I see it on college campuses, and it just renews my hope for the future, that the commitment and the work that was done in the 50s and the 60s continues today, and it continues with each of us, and it continues with our kids. And as a mother of 4, I have such a hope for what the future looks like and for the change makers that are going to continue that legacy of justice and change in our state. And I'm just grateful that I get to be a small part of that in my role as the U.S. Attorney, and to carry on that legacy of Doug Jones and Frank Johnson and so many others that went before. So thank you for letting me be with you all today. Thank you for letting me be part of this conversation and be part of the important work that everyone in this room is doing. So I just encourage everyone to link hands and to continue on that shared pursuit of justice. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another really powerful day for you today. I love that reminder that the conversations have to happen and that you guys are facilitating this conversation. For me as a journalist, it is important to see that not only do you forward the conversation, but you do remind people of the history and the foundation and really how we got to where we are today. Learning about the trauma of crime and hate. Yesterday we learned that it took nearly 40 years to convict the remaining of the 4 men who set off the bomb in this church that killed Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Cynthia Morris Wesley, and Carol Robertson, following that successful prosecution by then U.S. Attorney Doug Jones, who later became the U.S. Senator here in Alabama. What we've learned is that the public can help right the wrongs of the past as it relates specifically to the civil rights era, those cold cases, and the tools that the Department of Justice has to investigate and prosecute those cases. Our first speaker today is Barbara Bosserman. She is the Deputy Chief of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. She's been in that post since 2017. Her unit has expanded now to include 2 retired FBI agents who serve as cold case investigators and 6 attorneys who specialize in cold cases. You can scan her bio and read her full profile on the QR code, but for now, please welcome Deputy Chief Bosserman as she presents on the Emmett Till Unsolved Civil Rights Crime Act, Healing Community Trauma Through Resolution of Civil Rights Era Murders. I got a 2-pager.
Thank you for that introduction. Can everyone hear me? Excellent. So I'm going to wander a little bit so I can look everyone in the eye and so I can sneak a little peek back at my PowerPoint. So first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here to this historic and sacred space. It is truly humbling and an honor to be with you all today. And I'm very proud to talk about the work of my unit, the cold case unit, which is located within the Civil Rights Division. You heard my boss's boss, Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark, talk to you yesterday. And my unit is located within her division, the division she supervises, the Civil Rights Division, and in the criminal section. And the criminal section writ large works with United States attorneys' offices across the country and with the FBI to investigate and prosecute current civil rights crimes, hate crimes, police brutality, human trafficking, all those sorts of crimes. And pursuant to the act that I'm going to tell you about today, it also has a cold case unit. And my hope is that that unit can help communities to heal from this sort of generational community trauma that is the subject of this 2-day conference. Now, before I get into the work of the unit, I'll do a quick warning here. It is the purpose of my unit to heal trauma, not to cause it, and I am going to be talking about a couple of historic, terrible cases. And if 9:15 on a Tuesday is not the time for you to hear about those facts, I totally understand that. I'll be talking for about an hour, so if you need to excuse yourself, I will not take offense. Now, we talked a lot yesterday, the speakers who are, I'm a lawyer, right? I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a social worker. My expertise is not trauma, but we heard from a trauma expert yesterday, and I was very taken with his description of how that word trauma comes to us from the ancient Greek, talking about a wound. And of course, community trauma, individuals can suffer from emotional wounds, from car accidents, from acts of domestic violence, from crimes that they suffer. And community trauma is no different, except that it is spread out over more than one or two people. And communities can be geographical communities. If a crime happens on a block, if there's a violent crime during a block party, that whole block, that whole street might be affected by that trauma. Trauma may be familial. Maybe if there's abuse in a household, all of the children suffer from that abuse, and that reverberates down through the family. And trauma may also be community trauma because of shared characteristics and shared culture. And I think about what happened here in this very space in 1963 and realize all of those are involved, right? There was a community that was geographical here in the city of Birmingham. There were families. You heard last night the survivors and the families of survivors speaking about the trauma that they felt with Dr. McKinstry and Ms. McNair. And we also have people with shared culture, the Black community, the Christian community in this space. All of that was sort of community trauma. So I think you have all of the different kinds of community traumas that we see here. And I think that there is a misperception about time that we all share, because we live our lives linearly. We're born and we go through time, and eventually we pass. And when we are professionals, we make timelines and we make TikToks, and we're going to do this and then we're going to do this. And there is a perception that time is linear. But it really isn't. Time folds back into itself, and particularly for people suffering from trauma who relive a moment over and over again, the past comes back, and the past haunts the future. The past haunts the present, and the past haunts the future. And so just as someone who has suffered from a car accident might now be afraid to get into cars, and that might come to them at certain moments that they're not even expecting, so too is our historic, our community, our history as a nation. Those terrible things at the past come back and haunt us. And when we think about the past as Americans, there's a lot of bad things in it, and particularly for communities of color, there's a lot of horrific things in our past. From the days of enslavement, when enslavers could treat with impunity and immunity, nothing bad would happen for the sadistic acts that they took with regard to those they enslaved, to the broken promises of freedom that were offered to the Black community right after the Civil War, when groups like the Klan terrorized newly freed people in order to put them back into a situation of subjugation, right? To the terrible lynchings of the Jim Crow South. And many of you know that Congress tried, there were 200 anti-lynching bills introduced from the late 1800s through the World War II, and none of them passed, not one, right? And those awful incidents inform people's attitudes of today. They inform the attitudes of people professing white supremacy beliefs, and they inform the attitudes of communities of color across this nation in hundreds of ways every day. And one of the past atrocities that haunts us to this day is the murder of Emmett Till. And the Till Act that's enforced by my unit is named for Emmett Till, so I am going to talk to you a little bit. I'm sure many of you know the story, but I think it's worth remembering, right? It's worth remembering. Emmett Till was a 14-year-old youth, barely older than a child, right? He's a child. He was from Chicago, and he came to Money, Mississippi to spend time with his relatives, his great uncle, his cousins. He was abducted in the middle of the night. Men with guns came into his house and pulled him out of his bed. They took him away from his family. They tortured him, and they threw his body in the Tallahatchie River, weighted down by a cotton gin fan so that his body would sink. And this was all done because he had allegedly whistled at a white woman, right? And two local men, right, Bryant and J.W. Milam, were arrested. They were relatives of the woman. Everyone in the town knew who did it. They were prosecuted and very quickly acquitted by an all-white jury, and they would later admit that they had killed Mr. Till. Now, Mr. Till, as horrific as those facts that I just described were, they were not unique. He was a little younger than the average age of the lynching victim, but he was by means not the only youth who had been lynched in the South. Women had been lynched, pregnant women had been lynched in the South, right? But his death caught the attention of the nation, and that was largely due to his mama, Mamie Till Mowbray, who began a crusade to bring the murderers to justice and at least to the attention of the world. She insisted on an open coffin funeral so the world could see Mr. Till's mangled body and understand viscerally what was happening. And people in the North who had been willfully blind to what was going on in the South were confronted. They couldn't hide anymore, right? Now I have this slide up there. I want you to look at Mamie Till's face. That's trauma, right? That's the worst trauma, to lose a child and then to lose a child in such a way. That is trauma. When we talk about familial trauma, Emmett Till, when he was abducted from that house, his cousins were there. They carried the trauma of watching him be abducted from his house by force with men with guns. They carried that trauma with them through their lives. But I dare say there are others in this room that are affected by the trauma of Emmett Till, right? Black men living in the shadow of Emmett Till's abduction, told about Emmett Till, told about that. They suffered the trauma day in and day out of wondering if something like that could possibly happen to them. And black mothers in the South seeing Mamie Till carried that trauma of worrying about their babies, right? That's the kind of trauma that this act of hate unleashed in this country. The trauma of worrying that you look the wrong way at someone, you whistle at a white woman, and you end up murdered in this horrific way. Now, I wish I could say to you, I told you that Mr. Till's lynching shocked the nation, at least the North and the world, shocked the nation. I wish that what I said to you next were Congress passed some really good laws and this never happened again, right? But I can't say, not in this congregation, I can't say this, right? Not in this church, not in front of you all, because you know better than any other community that that was not the end. These are just a few. These are representational. This is certainly not every act of violence that happened in the decade or so after Emmett Till's death. The killing of civil rights workers, James Chaney, Michael Schwerner, Andrew Goodman, who had come to Mississippi in order to advocate for voting rights, captured by the Klan with the help of sheriff's deputies, murdered, their bodies left in an earthen dam. The murder of Medgar Evers, an ASAP worker who was gunned down in his driveway. Murder of Dr. King. Selma, individuals being beaten on Bloody Sunday. Dogs unleashed in this city and fire hoses on children who were protesting for civil rights. And of course, the deaths of the 4 little girls in this very space. These all happened in the decades after Mr. Till's murder. Now, these acts, singly and in combination, along with the voices raised saying, "Not again, do something," finally led to new laws. And I'm not going to go into them because I know the next presenter is going to talk to you a little bit about the civil rights laws that we enforce today. I will simply say that in 1968, the first hate crime laws were enacted in this country. Another hate crime law was passed in the 90s in reaction to a spate of church burnings in the South, black churches being targeted, and Congress reacted by passing the Church Arson Prevention Act. And in 2009, one of our most complete statutes, the Matthew Shepard, James Byrd Jr. Hate Crime Prevention Act. And those are the laws that we in the department enforce today, so that if horrific acts of racial violence occur today, we have tools to deal with them, which we didn't have before, right? But that didn't deal with past injustices, right? It dealt with, they were forward-looking laws. And so what happened is Congress started to wonder if there was anything that we could do to bring some measure of justice for these past atrocities. In 2005, Congress apologized for never passing an anti-lynching act. And a few years later, they passed the Till Acts that are enforced by my unit. The original Till Act of 2007 actually passed in 2008, and the reauthorization of the Till Act in 2016 are the 2 acts that give my unit jurisdiction to do what it does. Now, there's a couple of important things about the Till Act. Number one, particularly for our purposes today in talking about trauma, number one thing that the Till Act did was it recognized the historic importance of these old, unsolved civil rights cases, right? It let everyone in the Black community, in the white community, in the nation understand that these are important cases. They're not things that can just be swept under the rug. These are important. Number two, it told the department, the FBI, take another look at these cases. See if there are any in which we can bring some measure of justice. And they said, and we said, look, there's a lot of cases we can't bring. There's just no federal jurisdiction. I'm going to explain why in a minute. But we said to Congress, look, there's a lot of cases we're not going to be able to bring. And they said, look at them anyway. Even if you can't prosecute these cases in federal court, see if you can develop evidence that the state can use to prosecute these cases. And even if the state can't prosecute them, look at them anyway to make sure that we understand who was accountable and that the public knows exactly what happened in these cases. The Till Act also requires that we meet with survivors, family members of victims, and community members in order to discuss our work. Now we have a team. I lead the team, but honestly, the work is done by the people who work with me and for me, and they are an incredible team. I've got 5 attorney advisors whose primary work is investigating these Till cases, and we also have 2 investigators. And I always say that the smartest decision I ever made was to get my office to hire 2 retired FBI agents with significant civil rights experience, and they are here today. So, Walt, Ron, can you guys stand up and give a wave? Please stand. I want people to know who you are. Before retiring from the FBI, Ron Reed actually was the head of the Civil Rights Unit at FBI headquarters, and before that he did civil rights cases in New Orleans. And Walt, for the last 12 years of his FBI career, worked on almost exclusively civil rights cases out of Mississippi, and as you all know, Mississippi has a lot of civil rights cases to work on. And they have just been an amazing help to our unit, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what they do, but I want you to know who they are, because if you know of a cold case, I want you to contact them. I want you to tell them about it, because we want to know about it. Now, a question that I bet some of you have is, okay, Barbara, you now have this great law, these Till Acts, and you got a great team that you're so proud of. How come not hearing about hundreds of these cases being brought in federal court? And I want to tell you some of the barriers so that you understand why we're not bringing cases right and left, given how many terrible things have happened and given how good I think my team is. So there are reasons that we can't bring folk to justice. The first is death of the perpetrators, right? We're talking about crimes that happened in the 70s, 60s, 50s. We even have some from the 40s and 30s that we've looked into, right? And a lot of times, the people responsible, we know who they are. It's not a whodunit, but those people have died. And sometimes, folks say to me, well, can't we prosecute them anyway? And the answer is no. That's just not possible in the American criminal justice system. The Constitution gives every defendant the right to confront their accuser, and if they're dead, they can't. So we can't bring anybody to justice who is dead. There are some legal barriers to prosecution. There's something called an ex post facto law. That means that Congress can't criminalize things that happened in the past, right? And so there were no hate crime laws until 1968. So if someone did something in 1963, they can't be prosecuted in federal court for a hate crime, even if they could, if that same event had happened in 1970, right? So that's a problem. Now you might say, well, I get that, Barbara, but surely there are some things that happened in 69 or 70 that you could prosecute. Well, the problem is something called the statute of limitations. Every crime has a sort of deadline. We prosecutors have to initiate prosecution within a particular deadline, okay? And right now, for hate crimes, if death results, we have an unlimited amount of time to bring a case right now. But back in the day, when those laws were first enacted, they had a 5-year statute of limitations. So if a crime occurred in 1970 and we didn't initiate prosecution at 1975, we can't prosecute now, okay? So that's a barrier to prosecution. Now you may say, okay, Barbara, I now understand why we don't have a lot of federal prosecutions, but you said that this Till Act gives you the ability to help the state, assist the state. How come we're not hearing about a bunch of state prosecutions? Well, there's some barriers there. One is double jeopardy. A lot of times, like the case involving Mr. Till, there was a prosecution, right? The prosecution might have been in front of an all-white jury that was filled with Klan members, and there was an acquittal, but the state can't bring a case if it already prosecuted the perpetrator. Now, even if we have a situation where we have a living perpetrator and there isn't double jeopardy, and we might be able to help a state prosecute someone for murder, there could be issues. There can be missing witnesses. Over time, witnesses, just like subjects, pass on. In addition, they may have memory issues. They might have, if they're elderly, they may have physical and psychological limitations to their ability to remember, and we would not be able to call them, so not be able to make a case. There might be key evidence that's missing. When we're doing these old cases and we're looking at evidence, a lot of times, yeah, we had a box dealing with that case and the basement of the police station flooded and we lost that, right? Like, that happens. Lots of times when we're looking for evidence, that happens. So despite those barriers, there have been some successes. There were 2 federal prosecutions. Ernest Avance, a Klansman, was convicted in 2003 in federal court. He murdered Ben Chester White, who was I'd say elderly, but now I'm getting to be near his age, so I'm going to say a middle-aged black man who was not involved in the civil rights movement, who was not someone that the white community perceived of as being in any way a gadfly or anything like that. He was an agricultural worker, but the Klan had this what would be ridiculous if it weren't so deadly idea that they were going to murder Mr. White in order to lure Dr. King to Mississippi so they could assassinate him. And the second part of their plan did not work. He did not come to Mississippi at that time in response to Mr. White's death and was not assassinated then. But Mr. White was killed. And we were able to prosecute that case in federal court. Now you may say, well, how did you do that? I thought you talked about there being no good hate crime laws and the statute of limitations had passed. Well, really good investigation by the FBI established that he was killed on federal land. And so we were able to prosecute him for murder on federal land. The statute of limitations was ongoing on that. It was an unlimited statute of limitations even at the time that he was murdered. So we were able to do a federal prosecution, not as a hate crime, but as murder on federal land. And of course, we got in the motivation for his murder to explain why he had been killed. But that was a cold case that we were able to do. In addition, James Ford Seal was convicted of the murder of Charles Moore and Henry Dee. These were 2 young black men who James Ford Seal and his Klansmen associates decided, based on nothing other than the color of their skin, they decided that these were Black Panthers. They were not. They were not affiliated with the Black Panther Party in any way, shape, or form. The Klan also decided that these young men knew where the Black Panthers had stored a cache of weapons. There was no cache of weapons. The men didn't know anything about a cache of weapons because there was none. And the Klansmen decided that the Black Panthers were about to start some sort of violent uprising in Mississippi. And so kidnapped these men and tortured them to find out the location of the non-existent weapons. After they were tortured, they were driven to a river and murdered. Now you may ask, okay, how were you able to prosecute them? Was that on federal land? It was not. They were abducted in Mississippi and they were killed in Mississippi, but they were transported to the location that they were killed, and the route that the Klan took to take these young men to the place where they were killed happened to go through Louisiana. Just a little tiny little, not very long, but that made it interstate kidnapping. And we were able to prosecute the case as a federal kidnapping offense with death resulting. Okay. So I'm not going to talk much about this case because you all know it better than I do, but I will say that, as AAG Clark mentioned yesterday, it was with the help, considerable help of Doug Jones and the U.S. Attorney's Office here and the Civil Rights Division that justice delayed was achieved in the state prosecutions in this particular case. There were also state convictions of Edgar Ray Killen, who was one of the men responsible for the murder of the civil rights workers in Mississippi. Now, this is one that we actually prosecuted back in the day. This was a very famous civil rights case. Some of you might know it as Mississippi Burning. The FBI came in after the murder of these 3 civil rights workers who had come to work on Freedom Summer and were murdered with the assistance of sheriff's deputies. The Civil Rights Division, this was one of the sort of marquee cases that it did back in the 60s. It prosecuted 17 people, obtained 7 convictions at the time, but the jury hung on Edgar Ray Killen. So he was not convicted and he was not punished back in the 60s. And new evidence was developed by attorneys in my office working with attorneys in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Mississippi and the FBI, and we were able to provide that new information to the state, and they retried Edgar Ray Killen and obtained a conviction of him. And finally, James Bonard Fowler, responsible for the death of Jimmy Lee Jackson. I suspect many of you know that the march from Selma to Montgomery was one of the main catalysts for that march was the killing of Jimmy Lee Jackson. Jimmy Lee Jackson had been involved in a voting rights protest with his elderly grandfather and his mother. They had been marching for voting rights, and the police attacked the group. They tried to take shelter, and the police followed, and the police were attacking Mr. Jackson's grandfather, and the mother tried to stop them, and Jimmy Lee Jackson, trying to protect his mama and his grandfather, was killed by a state trooper. And based on some additional investigation done by my office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the FBI, the state was able to convict Mr. Fowler. So those are some of the successes. There's not as many as we would like, of course, but there are some, and there is always that possibility. We're always looking out. We're always looking to see, is there a basis that we could bring a case because there's federal jurisdiction, because there's kidnapping, because there's murder on a federal land? Is there a way we can develop evidence and give it to our state colleagues so that they can try to bring someone to justice for murder? So we're always looking. And I suspect, given everything that's happened in Birmingham and the horrific legacy of that time here, that you all may have some cold cases that we should be looking at. We've done a lot to try to find cases, but I don't pretend we found all of them. And if you all know of some, we want to hear about them. Now, in order to report them, I want you to know what we're looking for, what falls under our sort of TIL Act jurisdiction and what doesn't. So you might have heard the term cold case used in TV. It often is used appropriately to mean any case that has gone cold, any case that whoever it is, the police, the FBI, have investigated and they've just run out of leads. There's nothing else they can do. The case is now cold. There could be a case from 2 years ago that's cold because there's no leads. But for the purposes of the TIL Act and the cases that my unit looks at, we're looking at a specific type of cold case. We are looking for, first, we need something in which someone was killed, right? There's a lot of horrific acts of violence where people escaped with their lives. Someone could have been shot, and by the grace of God or fate or whatever, they don't die. That is not a case that we have the authority to look at. There must be evidence that the death was the result of a civil rights crime. Okay. What is that? A civil rights murder is one that is motivated by racial animus. That's the most typical of the cases that we look at, the most common. The most common are people murdered because they're African American. That's the most common. But it could be that they were murdered because they were Native American or Hispanic or Asian. There are quite a few lynchings that happen to people of other races. Obviously, African American, most common lynching victim, but not exclusive lynching victim. Could be religious animus. There are some cases where people were killed because they are Jewish. Could be because of the civil rights work of the victim. So, for example, I talked a little bit about Selma. James Reeb, white minister, killed because he was marching in Selma with civil rights workers. Could be a death caused by intentional law enforcement misconduct. Doesn't even have to be because there doesn't have to be a racial bias component there. If someone died at the hands of police, we are allowed to look into it. And death during a slavery, involuntary servitude, human trafficking offense. So if the murder was the result of a bar fight or a domestic dispute or a robbery gone bad, that doesn't fall under our purview. Now, if you refer a case to us, if you have any information about a case like that, there is a law enforcement organization that will look into it. Nobody's going to say, oh, you have some new information, we don't want it. But it's just not a TIL Act case. And if you don't know who to report it to, and believe if you report it to your local FBI, they'll figure that out. And if it's not an FBI jurisdiction, we'll figure out where it should be reported. And finally, my unit deals with crimes that occurred on or before December 31st, 1979. So if you know of cases that happened in the 80s or 90s, you can certainly report them to the FBI. We will certainly look into them if they're civil rights crimes, but it doesn't fall under the TIL Act. My unit won't be the ones looking into it. Now, how do you report a crime? Well, number one, you tell Ron and you tell Walt. They are here today, and find them during the break, find them during lunch, find them whenever you can. If you don't want to talk about the details here, totally understandable, give them your contact information. They will arrange a time to talk to you, get that information. So that is absolutely something you can do. You can also report it to the FBI. They will certainly take your reports. And finally, we have a cold case inbox that my unit monitors. We look at what comes in every day. And the cold case inbox is listed right there, and we will certainly take that information. Now, what happens after you report a cold case? Well, they generally will go to us. If you tell Ron or Walt, they will discuss with the attorneys in my unit and with me, and the FBI will generally let us know if they've received a cold case complaint. Sometimes when people report, understandably, it's an upsetting subject. They might not include all of the information that we need in order to make a decision about whether or not we can open it as a TILAC case. So commonly, we will ask for additional information. We may do that in writing if you email us, or Walt and Ron may say, yeah, we need more. Do you have this? Do you have that? So that's something that might happen. And then we investigate the allegation the way that we would investigate a current hate crime case. We speak with families, and of course, many of those families have suffered trauma. And sometimes the family are the ones that report it to us, right? But other times we get a report from another source, and we contact the family, and that can be a very delicate thing, as you might imagine, because if a hate crime happened last week, the family is sort of in the middle of the immediate trauma, and they're probably expecting law enforcement to come and talk to them. We may be contacting the family 40, 50 years after something happened. Sometimes the family members that we're talking to were children horribly affected by something that happened to their parents or their uncles or aunts. And so we have to really approach that with a lot of delicacy. I can't say that that's my skill, but luckily we have a victim witness coordinator who is extremely empathetic and has been trained in exactly how to do that. And of course, Walt and Ron have been dealing with victims of crime for a very long time, and I think have an amazing approach with how to deal with that. But that is something that we really think about and map out before we reach out to the family, understanding what they are going through, particularly if they haven't contacted us and we're the ones contacting them. We then seek out records. Usually the attorneys in my unit are making phone calls or sending emails to various records repositories. We're going to the National Archives to try to find old records. We're going to courthouses. We're going to police and sheriffs trying to find the original investigation. And sometimes those original investigations were really shoddy. Other times they weren't. Sometimes they're very, very complete investigations from back in the day. Sometimes they're related court cases. Someone was tried in state court, or there was some sort of civil suit. So we get that information. And then we go out, and when I say we, I mean Walt and Ron, and they go out and speak with witnesses, survivors, people who have information, and try to find out and piece together what happened. And then we have to make a decision. And the decision is sort of, is there any way we can prosecute something federally? Usually the answer is no, but again, we had 2 exceptions, and we always hope there might be another one. Is this something we can refer to our colleagues in the state? Is there a state district attorney that will take the case based on the evidence that we've developed? And finally, is this something that we just can't bring justice? When we can't bring justice, when there's no possibility of prosecution, we write a memo explaining that. And our goal here is to be as thorough as possible, right? We want to make sure that the voice of the family comes through in our closing memo. We report what the family has told us. We report what we have learned in order to ensure that history understands what happened. And it is our hope that by giving voice, we can help to heal the trauma, that by talking to the family, talking to communities, talking to witnesses, that there is some level of catharsis that comes, that there's some level of reassurance that their loved one is not forgotten, and that will help to heal some of these wounds that we've been talking about. The memos that we write are redacted for privacy and then posted on a public website. And there is a relatively new law called the Cold Case Record Collection Act that's going to make all of these cold cases available in a publicly searchable database in the National Archives. So those are being prepared right now. It will probably take a couple years before the public actually has access, but that is in the works. So our closing memo includes descriptions of the incident, summaries of the investigative activity undertaken, and a detailed explanation of what we found. So I think that's pretty much my explanation of what my unit does. My personal hero, Ida B. Wells, talked about how the way to right the wrongs of history is to shed the light of truth upon them. That was what she did all her life, right? She would go to places where lynchings had happened and just talk to everyone and make sure she documented what happened so that they were not forgotten. And if there is no hope of other justice, we intend to do that because we do not want history to forget these victims. So I'm done. I've got a couple of minutes left. So if anyone has questions, I'm happy to take them, and I'm happy to throw them to Ron and Walt to take them.
Well, I will start one. Has there been a campaign in those places where, you know, the belief is that there were tons of civil rights violations and hate crimes that cost people their lives, an active campaign from the FBI to, you know, let people know, or the Department of Justice, that, you know, we're investigating cold cases? I don't know if people know so much about all of this.
Right. So the question is there a campaign to let people know about the Till Act? Back when the original Till Act was enacted in 2008, there were a lot of meetings with civil rights groups across the country. So I don't know how many were with full sort of something like this where the whole public came in, but we were in close contact with the civil rights groups that were on the ground, and we were attempting to get cases through that. So there was a big initiative there. In addition, and I don't know if folks from the FBI want to speak to this, there was a push for the FBI to examine all of its old files. Every field office looked through its files to see if there was anything that had been reported to them over the years that they were able to do. So I know that was done. We have been attempting to reach out to the community through the NGOs, and that's been sort of, they're on the ground and they have good relationships with folks, and so I think that's how we have been seeking new cases.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
For it to be a cold case, does it have to be unsolved? So for instance, there were 2 young men that were killed on the same day that the 4 little girls were bombed here in Birmingham. One of the young men was killed by 2 white students who were convicted of second-degree manslaughter, but served no jail time.
Right.
Is there any way to get justice for that, even though they went through the court system, they were convicted, they just never served any time? Can you rewrite some of those wrongs?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I'm gonna decouple it a little. The first is, does it have to be unsolved in the sense that it's a whodunit? No. I think unsolved here means unvindicated. So if you know of a case where someone was not brought to justice, we would be able to look into it. It doesn't have to be something where the case was unsolved. I guess the next question is, can we bring this sort of murder? Was this the young man on the bike? Yeah. Yes. So I'm familiar with that. I don't remember the young man's name, but I am familiar with that. I think if he was prosecuted in state court, there would be double jeopardy concerns. We could look at that to see whether there's some legal ways around double jeopardy, but I'm guessing that probably a conviction would not be possible, but we would be able to look at it for sure.
questions?
Yes.
Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. I'm just curious as how we define justice, and should there be a broader definition of delivering justice to the families and survivors of the Civil Rights Acts? I think about, for example, basically redress, economic reparations. Many of these families suffered just horribly in terms of their economic devastation with having to leave either their homes or were just not able to have the life that they should. And I think about historically the U.S. in terms of addressing Japanese internment, a lot of Native Americans that were forced off their lands, and then globally when we think about South Africa and apartheid or Germany and the Holocaust. So part of the Department of Justice is reparations or financial redress or economic redress part of the consideration, or should it be part of the consideration of delivering justice?
Right. So the question, I guess, is reparations and truth and reconciliation, which are related but perhaps slightly different. I can say that the Till Act doesn't provide for that, and I'm in a prosecutor's office, so that's not part of my sort of job, if you will. And I don't know that the department, I can't get ahead of the department in taking any kind of position on reparations or truth and reconciliation. So that is certainly something that I know people are pressing for. There are lots of people who are interested in forming some sort of reparations. I know Congress looks at that every once in a while, but that's not something that we can do with my unit. That's a very broad, big picture sort of question. Did you have? Yeah, come on.
I'm super loud. 4 children, I yell all day. One thing I wanted to talk about is that the department does other things beyond just the amazing work that Barbara's unit does. And it does it under the Emmett Till Act. And there's actually a grant program where the department seeds money into communities to do some of this important work at the state and local level as well. And I'm happy to report that Danny Carr's office is the recipient of one of those grants, and we actually have somebody from Danny's office. So if we could steal a minute of your time,
please.
I think it would be helpful for y'all to kind of hear about also not only what's happening at the federal level, but what's happening kind of in your local community with that money and that work that's coming kind of from the Department of Justice. So if Melissa wants to come up for a minute, this was not planned, and she did not know she was going to get called on, but she's going to just share for a minute about what that kind of work that's happening on the ground.
It's nice to get voluntold, right? Thank you. Well, I am pleased to report that here in the Birmingham Division of the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office, we have a cold case unit. We have an investigator, Lloyd Watkins, who is looking to examine those cases from 1940 to 1979 that occurred right here in our community. And we are currently working to make the same kind of memos that you have worked on to make the evidence that's discovered in the investigation of these cases publicly available so that we can heal as a community. You talked about things that are done in the shadows, how there's a lot of healing that comes in bringing that into the light. And that's something that Danny Carr is really committed to. And so I invite you as members of our community, just as she said that you're welcome to contact their office, you're welcome to contact our office as well, because we have people who are committed to this work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, and that is, I should have mentioned the grant program. There is definitely the Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA, has grant money. It needs to be a law enforcement agency that gets the money, but one of the things they look at is the amount of work that those law enforcement agencies are doing with the community. And so if you are lucky that you have folks right here that are doing that work, but if you're from a different community and you think that they would benefit, you can talk to your state and local folks about applying for a similar grant. Okay. Anything else?
Not really, just a suggestion. And just reaching out a little bit more on a local level. And I'm presenting as the law student, so I'll speak it from a law student and Miles College perspective. But just the idea of partnerships at the local levels, because there's organization, I'm sure like this church and other local churches in the area, if they knew that there was a safe place, that they could have initial conversations, that you'd have a referral with additional partnerships, is something to think about as well.
Absolutely. Please contact me. I am happy to reach out to your communities, and I know that Walt and Ron are happy to be the face of that as well. So please just let us know. We'll arrange whatever we can. All of you. That is to you in particular, sir, but that's to all of you. We're happy to reach out, and we're happy to partner. So thank you all so much.
Deputy Chief Barbara Bosserman, thank you. So our next presenter will give us an overview of hate crimes and color of law when someone deprives a person of their rights while acting in an official capacity with the power of law as a weapon. Assistant Special Agent in Charge James DeLoatch joined the FBI in 2007, and he was assigned to the FBI Birmingham Division in 2022, where he oversees the criminal and administration branches right now. You can scan the QR code. I like saying that. We say that on TV a lot. Scan the QR code to read his full bio. But I will highlight some of the successful hate crime investigations that he has overseen. The Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, the Tree of Life synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh that killed 11 people in a place of worship, the El Paso Walmart shooting that killed 23 people, all Latinos. He led the Eric Garner death investigation and served as the on-scene special advisor to agents and executive management working in the George Floyd death investigation. So please welcome Assistant Special Agent in Charge, James DeLoatch.
Good morning. All right, as mentioned, I am James DeLoatch. I'm one of the Assistant Special Agents in Charge here in the Birmingham office. I, like Barbara, will walk around a little bit because that's just what we do in civil rights. I do have responsibility of talking about civil rights, in particular, talking about color of law and hate crimes. And I do say an awesome responsibility. Now, as I go through this, I want to make sure that everyone kind of grasps what I am saying, but understanding that we have a relatively diverse crowd. And when I say diverse, I don't necessarily mean race. I mean education level. I mean age group. We have a diverse crowd. So I will hit the wave tops of a lot of this information, and I will say this again towards the end, that if anyone wants a more in-depth presentation or conversation about civil rights, in particular hate crimes or color of law, don't hesitate whatsoever to get in contact with my office, and we'll be happy to do that. All right, so let's kind of jump in a little bit. Hopefully, you all can see the screens, because I'm going to start off with a video, and I want you to take a look at this video as we start off. All right?
Count how many times the players wearing white pass the ball.
All right? What'd you see? How many? 16. 15, 16, 14. What else? Somebody say 20? It's okay. If that's what you saw, that's what you saw. Anything else? What else did you see was the next question, and someone said, a gorilla. Did you guys see that? What else did you see? Anything else? Players in black passing the ball. Anything else? Someone, you know what? She saw this as I was prepping on Sunday. That's why she got that one. Okay. Did anybody see a player leave? Did you see anything else? All right. The correct answer is 16. But let's watch it again.
Here comes the gorilla, and there goes a player, and the curtain is changing from red to gold.
Now, I like to show this video for a couple different reasons. What I like to do is show this video to show that things will happen sometimes and you don't notice it. Because it's not as if there wasn't a gorilla that came because you saw the gorilla. It's not as if the curtain didn't change colors, and it's not as if a player did not leave. But why didn't you see that? I would argue that the instructions that were given in the beginning that directed your attention to watch the players in white and how many times they exchanged the ball could have very well have been your internal voice. Could have very well have been external factors. What are those factors? They could very well be inherent biases, your education level, your history, your culture. Any one of those things could have skewed why you didn't pay particularly close attention to what was actually going on. And that is very similar when we talk about civil rights. When we talk about civil rights, and today as we talk about hate crimes and we talk about color of law, it's not that things aren't happening and they aren't being shown to you. It's sometimes because of the filter in which you look through will cause you not to see certain things. So what I'm going to do today, or what I'm going to try to do today, is take you back through time, and if you would indulge me enough to go back in time with me to explain how we got here today. So, today's goal is going to increase your knowledge, and for those of you who have knowledge, maybe supplement some of that information that you have. But to increase your understanding is today's goal. To develop a common understanding of issues of law and laws that are designed to protect us all. That is today's goal. What today's goal is not is to commission you as civil rights attorneys or investigators. That ain't what I'm trying to do today. You ain't gonna get that from me. I'm not giving out no certificates and diplomas. But today is to make you a little smarter than you were, hopefully, before you came in this morning. That's the purpose of today. In addition to that, perhaps maybe debunk some myths that you have, and to hopefully turn you into force multipliers as we talk about civil rights in this great city of Birmingham. Now, what I'll start off by is going from macro to micro. So starting big picture so that you have an understanding of our unit civil rights work, so forth and so on. So inside of the Department of Justice are various organizations and divisions, such as the ATF, DEA, the U.S. Marshals, Bureau of Prisons, and the FBI. The FBI falls underneath the Department of Justice. I will talk about the FBI specifically. And what I'll talk about is that the FBI is broken down into many different divisions. I'll talk about two of them, but one in particular. So there's the National Security Branch, which has multiple divisions, such as Cyber Division, Counterintelligence, and Counterterrorism, for example. Inside the Counterterrorism Division, it's broken down into international terrorism and domestic terrorism. And I only bring this up because a lot of things that happen in our communities and you see on the news that happens around the country happen as domestic terrorism acts, but charged as hate crimes. Likewise, outside of that National Security Branch, we have the Criminal Division. Inside the Criminal Division, there are multiple programs that are worked. Those programs that are worked, one of which is the Civil Rights Program, or the Civil Rights Unit. And we will talk about that here today. But let me take one moment, if you will, to do something similar to what Barbara did, and that's acknowledge a group of folks that have traveled here from Washington, D.C. It is our Civil Rights Unit, and I would like for those folks to stand if they could, so they could be recognized. If you could all stand, the civil rights folks coming from Washington, D.C. led by Lindsay. And I want to say this because it is unprecedented that they would bring their whole team, whether investigators or agents, professional support, analysts coming out to a conference such as this, because they realize the importance not only here in Birmingham, but of these violations and what it means to the American people. So hopefully somebody is back holding it and keeping on the lights there. But to bring an entire team here is just a phenomenal thing. So thank you guys for doing that. So inside of the Civil Rights Unit, there are sub-programs. And what we'll talk about today is hate crimes, and we'll go into more detail. There's also freedom of access to clinic entry, which has to do with reproductive clinics and facilities. And then there's color of law. We're going to go a whole bunch into color of law, as we will hate crimes. But we are going to focus on those two areas, which is hate crimes and color of law. So, what is the FBI's mission? The FBI's mission, as it pertains to civil rights program, is to enforce federal civil rights statutes and to ensure the protected rights of all persons are not violated. Everybody, not just African Americans or those in the LGBT community, not just Asians or Hispanics, but everybody. And that is an important point to make. Much has been said throughout this conference, but I will tell you as a presenter, you can't really understand the here and now until you understand how we got here. So if you will ride with me on this journey, I would greatly appreciate it as we talk about our history. So, our background. How long has slavery been around? This is a question to you, by the way. How long has it been around? 5,000 years. Anybody else? concept of slavery has been around since about 6800 BC. What some would refer to as Americans here in the United States is 1619 project, or 1619 is when our shores was inundated with individuals being forcibly brought here to the United States. Although slavery is not a new concept, it's roughly about 1619 is when you start to see enslaved Americans. In roughly about 1630, we had what we call slave patrols. This, ladies and gentlemen, would have been the first time that you had individuals, citizens on patrol, or cops, that were not necessarily enforcing laws, but norms and cultures. When slaves would walk away from their residence or the plantations that they were on, these individuals would go out and bring them back, and then oftentimes punish them for whatever it is that they had done. This is the beginning of a relationship. The relationship often described as law enforcement and African Americans. It is an important relationship that we must understand that did not start in the 1960s, did not start in the 1970s. It started a long time before that. We fast forward about 230 years when we have the Civil War that started in 1861. And contrary to what you may have heard on the news, it was about slavery and states' rights. Okay? It was about slavery and states' rights. During this time, one of the things, because it was talking about enslaved individuals, we had the Emancipation Proclamation, signed by President Abraham Lincoln in January 1863. The proclamation declared that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are and henceforth shall be free. The only issue with the proclamation is the proclamation was never challenged in court. As a result of that, and everyone kind of knows that the war ended in 1865, as a result of the proclamation, which basically said that slavery is no longer in existence, the fear is that that proclamation would not stand on its own. So what we did, or what happened as a result, is the 13th Amendment. In the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment of a crime whereof a party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to this jurisdiction. That is the 13th Amendment, and it is a very powerful amendment that happened as a result. But it is important to note that as a 13th Amendment, and prior to that, the Emancipation Proclamation freed slaves, African Americans in this country were still not treated very kindly, nicely, fairly, justly throughout time. It was as a result of that they came up with the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And the Civil Rights Act of 1866 has a particular section in this particular act, and that section is there. Can anybody read it for me? Okay, all right. I'll do better than that. And be it further enacted that any person who, under the color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, shall subject or cause to be subjected any inhabitant of any any state or territory to the deprivation of any rights secured or protected by this act, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties under the account of such person having at any time been held in a condition of slavery or involuntary servitude. It goes on to say, or by reason of his color or race, that it is prescribed for the punishment of a white person. This is the first time that we start to see this kind of language, because we know that we are free, African Americans, but there is not just treatment. And are they being treated the same as other Americans? Let me just point out real quick, African Americans at this time of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 are not actually Americans. They're not American citizens at that particular time. So, we have the Civil Rights Act of 1866, but once again, because we were not sure as to whether or not it would stand the test of time, Congress supported, and later it was ratified, the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is one of the most consequential, in my opinion, amendments that exist. Inside of this amendment, we have things like the Citizenship Clause, which is when African Americans actually obtain citizenship to these great United States. It is the first time, and that happened July 9th, 1868. Inside of the 14th Amendment is the Privileges and Immunity Clause, the Due Process Clause, which prohibits states and local governments from depriving persons of life, liberty, or property without fair procedure. And the Equal Protection Clause, no state shall deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of laws. This particular amendment, the 14th Amendment, again, I believe is one of the most important amendments that we have in our Constitution. Keep in mind that we're still experiencing Jim Crow, black codes as African Americans. In 1870, there is the Enforcement Act, which prohibited groups of people from banding together or to go in disguise upon public highways or upon premises of another with the intention of violating that individual's constitutional rights. Throughout time, that statute that I read, the section that I read in the Civil Rights Act of 1866 goes into many different changes or amendments to that throughout the 20th century. But it was in the 1920s when Congress revived the codification project. That project codified laws into what we have today as United States Code. Now, regardless of where you were in the country, we could agree that throughout history, whether it be culture, the signs of the time, or individuals in positions of trust and authority, abusing that trust and authority. Today, that statute or that section of the Civil Rights Act of 1866, that's Section 2, is in our United States Code as Title 18, Chapter 242, which is known as the Deprivation of Rights. and this is a part that you got to pay attention to, because currently the way it reads is whoever, under the color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or the laws of the United States. This is the current statute. And I wanted to give you some history of where it came from. This was just not pulled out in the 1960s and created in the 1960s. This actually has a history. But the difference in this current statute that we have today and what you saw in Section 2 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 is this statute protects every single one of us. It no longer has race or color or the fact that you were formerly a slave or involved in involuntary servitude. It protects us all. This is the statute that the FBI uses when we look at any case that deals with law enforcement misconduct. This is a very important statute, and as you can see from this statute, the elements of this statute. And it's important for you to know something about these particular elements. And they are that one has to be acting under color of law, and I'll talk about that in just a second. That the act by the perpetrator has to be willful. And that the act or the individual deprives someone of their rights. Now, this statute doesn't say and doesn't specify what those rights are, nor does it say what those acts are. It is very broad in that nature. So, let's talk through this, if we may. Color of law is the use of authority granted to a person by local, state, or federal agency. The person must be acting in official capacity and using authority granted to them by government to be considered acting under color of law. Color of law is really a legal term, right? Acting under the authority. What we do and what we investigate as the FBI is abuses to those powers, abuses to that authority that has been given to individuals. But please don't think that this is only law enforcement. This is also judges, governmental attorneys, some medical personnel may be included in this particular group. So a person has to be acting under authority. Willfulness. And I say this again as I put an asterisk here, and I want you to pay attention to willfulness and what it means to be acting willfully. Willfully is a specific intent to deprive a person of their protected rights, which means willfulness is not a mistake or an accident, because those things are not prosecuted under 242, the deprivations of rights statute. What do I mean by accidents or a mistake? If an individual, for example, is running down the street and if a police officer is running behind someone down the street and that individual turns around and they have something in their hand that the officer thinks is a weapon, and the officer fires or discharges his weapon, and it turns out that that was not actually a weapon, it was actually a cell phone. Those are what I'm referring to as accidents or mistakes. Is it bad that happened? Is it horrible? Yes, it is. It is a tragedy that someone was either shot or killed as a result of that. You're 100% right. But when I look at it through the lens of whether or not it's a civil rights case or whether or not it's a violation of our statute, it is not. It is not. Okay? So willfulness is a extremely high standard. It is not gross negligence. It is not recklessness. It is the willful disregard. And as it is put out in bold print on the slide, that someone must know that something that they're doing, the actor must know that the action that they're doing is wrong and choose to do it anyway. It's a little different than what we would consider just intent. It is a very, very high standard. For those in law enforcement who are here, I oftentimes make the comparison that when we talk about willfulness, we talk about willfulness as a standard here, an intent here, very similar to probable cause, which is what law enforcement uses to arrest individuals, and reasonable suspicion. It is a higher standard. And sometimes because of that higher standard is the reason why it's difficult in many cases to charge these particular types of offenses. And then we talk about deprivation of rights and what that looks like. It could be something as unreasonable force, which would violate the Fourth Amendment. Sexual assaults, planting false evidence, or documenting something that could be considered false evidence, theft, denial of medical care, failure to keep people from harm. It does not indicate in the statute, it just said deprive someone of a constitutional right. It didn't really say what those constitutional rights were. But I will tell you historically, we've used here in the Department of Justice, have used three main ones, one being the Fourth Amendment. And inside of the Fourth Amendment, there is a reasonable expectation for law enforcement not to overuse force, use excessive force when dealing with individuals. Or the Eighth Amendment, that talks about cruel and unusual punishment. This is oftentimes individuals who have been convicted of a crime in confinement, and the punishment or what happens while they're in jail or prison is not just. The 14th Amendment, the due process clause that we talked about a little bit earlier. And the fact that there is no need to know the source or the right in terms of constitutional. So the officer doesn't have to know and have to drill down in detail that he's violating, hey, I'm violating someone's Fourth Amendment rights, for example, and what his understanding of that, his or her understanding of that may be. Those are the three elements. Must be acting under color of law. The act must be willful, and that is a high standard, and there has to be a deprivation of right. Oftentimes, and I know I got Sherri sitting in the front row with me, but oftentimes the media gets it wrong. This is from an article from the Huffington Post, so not News 6, but or CBS News, but from the Huffington Post, and this was back in 2016. And the common misconception regarding color of law violations are often misunderstood by the media. In a recent article from 2016, the two elements of color of law violation are described as the officer acted either with racial animus or with reckless intent to cause malice, and the fact that there had to be compelling federal interest in order for us to look at the case and charge, in this case, 242 or under 242. And that is not true. And as I mentioned to you, currently, as it stands today, race is not a consideration. It is important because whether you're talking about the Michael Brown case or the Eric Gardner case or Breonna Taylor case, you name it, that you have heard in the media, because there may be a victim that is of one race and the officer may be of another race, that is not in and of itself going to get the FBI involved in that particular case. The FBI gets involved because of the act that happened. Was there a use of force issue? Was there something else that was there, but because race is no longer a component as it was in 1866, race is no longer a component, it is not something that's going to move us to either open an investigation or propel us to investigate a particular incident. So it is important to understand that. It is also important to understand that under this particular statute, this statute is not for mistakes. If there's if there's misconduct or criminal act, it is. All right. Let's run into hate crimes here for a second. And we've had a lot talking about trauma, talking about the impact on hate crimes throughout communities, various communities in the United States. But I think it's important for us to first describe in layman terms what a hate crime is. There are usually two categories that an incident will fall into, one being a hate crime or a hate incident. And I want to explain the difference to you. A hate crime is a traditional crime motivated by a bias. So a traditional crime, what do we look at when we say or when we think about as a traditional crime? Your murders, assaults, sexual assaults, sometimes vandalism, motivated by a bias, whether it be race, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, any of those things. That is a hate crime. A hate incident is offensive speech or an act that does not break the law, oftentimes protected by the First Amendment. There's a big difference. Oftentimes we will call law enforcement, and we receive calls through our office. Civil Rights Unit receive calls at headquarters because someone has posted something online that they don't like. That seems racist in nature. I hate all Jews. I hate African Americans. I hate Asians. That in and of itself is not a hate crime. It is terrible speech. It is not who we are as a country, but it is protected. It is protected. And it is important that we understand that. When we talk about free speech, we're talking about non-threatening hate conduct protected by the Constitution. So organizing and a gathering, promoting a gathering that has to do with hate, posting bigoted views online, those are not offenses that we can address because, again, protected by the First Amendment. In order for the FBI to get involved, there has to be acts of violence or threat of that violence that is likely to be perpetrated. We have to determine whether or not the intentions of the individuals are willful and whether or not the actions are motivated by a bias. As Barbara indicated in her presentation, there are statutes that we use that cover hate crimes in this country. How long has hate crimes been going on in the United States? Y'all smiling at me. Does that mean a long time? Here's a test from Barbara's class or from presentation. When did we start to see laws placed on the books for hate crimes in this country? I heard somebody say 18 something.
I said the 18.
In the 1800s, she says, from the first row. 1968. 1968. 1968 is when we see our first piece of our first law that goes on the books, and it comes as a result of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That first one up top, and I'll give you just the dates on these things. The first one at the top is federally protected activities, and that was April 11th, 1968. The second one we have is also on that same day, coming from the same act of 1964, or Civil Rights Act of 1964, is at the bottom, and that is 42-3631, which is fair housing. The next one to be enacted, and I'm just giving you the dates, but I'm going to go through these, is the Church Arson Prevention Act, which was June 24th, 1996, followed by the last one, which is the Hate Crimes Prevention Act, which was October 28th, 2009. Before this time, if you think about it, because it wasn't that long ago, 1968, what was happening in the 1950s, the 1940s, the 1930s, the turn of the century? We did not have statute that were addressing these types of things. So this very important work and very important laws came about, and again, in 1968, we have the federally protected activities. And in this particular one, it prohibits willfully injuring, intimidating, or interfering with any person or attempting to do so by force or threat of force, meaning that even if someone is threatening to do this, it falls into this particular category, this particular statute. You have to be motivated by one of these things, and that is race, color, religion, and national origin. Now, if I had all day and much longer time, I will tell you the origin of this comes from the 13th Amendment. And we will dive deeper into that, but I really don't have that much time to go into it. But I will tell you that when I say federally protected activity, what does that mean? So an individual cannot interfere or intimidate or injure willfully another person enjoying a federally protected activity because of one's race, color, religion, or national origin. The other piece to that is they have to be enjoying a federally protected activity. So if you are sitting, theoretically, if you're sitting on your front porch in 1968 after this is passed, this law may not protect you because you had to be enjoying public education, be at a public facility, be at your work, jury duty, public transportation or accommodation, enjoying interstate commerce. Outside of that, this statute would not have helped you. If you were targeted because of your gender identity or sexual orientation, once again, this statute would not help you. Okay? But this is where we were in 1968. The next one I'll talk about is the church arson statute. And don't be so focused on the fact that they call it the church arson as if there's a fire statute, right? Because this prohibits intentionally defacing, damaging, or destroying religious real property, or attempting to do so because of religious character or of the property. Now, when we talk about religious real property, what are we referring to? We're talking about churches, synagogues, mosques, religious cemeteries that includes fixtures and religious objects inside the house of worship. This particular statute, there doesn't have to be a fire that is happening, but if you damage or destroy or deface religious real property, you could be subjected to this particular statute. Obstructing by force, obstructing by force or threat of force any person in the enjoyment of that person's free exercise of religious beliefs or attempting to do so. So even interfering with someone who is enjoying or trying to enjoy church or religious service could be addressed here in this particular statute. The other one that I talked about that was in 1968, and as a result of the 1968 Civil Rights Act, is the criminal statute for interference with the right to free housing, to enjoy the right. So this prohibits the use of force or threat of force to willfully injure, intimidate, or interfere with a person's housing rights because of race, color, religion, national origin, family status, or disability. And if I didn't mention gender, including gender. This is a statute that we oftentimes use for cross burnings. Someone places a cross in your yard, or if it's your next door neighbor and they place it in their yard to intimidate African Americans or others, but in particular African Americans, intimidate them, send a signal or a message to them. This is a statute in which we would use. And this is again coming to us from 1968. Notice that in all of the statutes that I mentioned, we talk about injuring, intimidating, damage, but we also have the caveat of threats involved in that as well. The next statute that I talk about came to us in 2009, and this is one of the things that was spoke about yesterday, Matthew Shepard by the AAG and James Byrd. And when we had these, put it on speakerphone, let us talk to them. When we had these heinous acts that occurred, there wasn't any federal statute that would actually address what was going on. James Byrd was African American out of Texas, who was walking down a road and approached by individuals in a pickup truck. They offered him a ride. He hops in the back. He gets down the street a little further. They take him out. They beat him. They chain him, his ankles, to the back of the truck, and they drag him the rest of the way, killing him. There was nothing we could do in terms of federal prosecution for that particular case because there wasn't anything on the books. Because remember, the only thing that we have on the books at this particular time is federally protected activities that we would even look at, which is the 245 statute. And then the Matthew Shepard case, which individuals approached Matthew Shepard because of you could say his mannerisms or his actions, they wanted to rob him, but they did it because of who he was, his sexual orientation. They left him for dead, and he was discovered the following morning and subsequently died of his injuries. But there again was nothing for us to charge in that in terms of federal charges. So here we have the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crime Prevention Act of 2009. This prohibits causing bodily injury or attempting to do so because of actual or perceived race, color, religion, or national origin, which simply means you don't have to be right, but if you perceive, then it could be charged under this particular statute. This would have addressed the James Byrd incident, but there's nothing in this particular section that says anything about sexual orientation. It is in a different section, and again, if I had more time to talk to you today, I would tell you why that is. One is because of the 13th Amendment. One is because of the Commerce Clause that we use to enact this particular, to give teeth to this particular statute. So the other portion of this is the A2 portion, which prohibits causing bodily injury or attempting to do so using fire, firearms, dangerous weapon because of actual or perceived religious, gender identity, national origin, sexual orientation, gender, or disability. This would have addressed the other person, which would have been the Matthew Shepard. Notice that in this particular statute, as I just mentioned, there is nothing that talks about threats. We're aware of it as investigators who work these types of cases. Department of Justice and Civil Rights is aware of it, certainly. And we are hopefully in some time in our future, we'll see an amendment to this, which will also address threats as well. But this will address those areas that were not previously covered. Now, I will say this. Hate crime statutes, even though the four that I just mentioned are tools in our arsenal, not only for federal investigators, I also say that it's for local and state as well. We work those types of cases. This is just the foundation. There are other things that can be charged as well, but these are the basic and main hate crimes acts that laws that we have in our federal statutes. I've talked a little bit about this. I'll talk about it again. Threats versus true threats. An individual can threaten someone, but we won't take it under, I don't want to say we won't take it under consideration, but it has to be taken under consideration when it's deemed to be a true threat. So what does a true threat look like? It is a serious communication of any intent to commit an act of unlawful violence against a particular individual or group. It is not protected by the First Amendment. It is prosecutable, and it does have to be a hate crime as opposed to a hate incident. So knowing what you know, whether it be color of law, whether it be hate crimes in our hate crime statute, knowing what you know, what now? What do you do with this information? How do you dispense this information amongst your groups, your community, in trying to educate yourself and educate others? I said in the beginning that you don't have to do this alone. The FBI will partner with any group in any community to talk about these things and other things to give you a better understanding of whether it's color of law incidents for law enforcement misconduct, or whether it's hate crime incidents that are affecting your community. We know that incidents that go unaddressed perpetuates that cycle of trauma to any community. So the question is, how can we be of any assistance to you? And again, if we can partner with you, my office, the Civil Rights Unit, I think yesterday, I can't remember if it was the director or the AAG, I think it was the director, talked about Memphis Police Department after the incident that happened there, their police department being trained, the entire police department. Our Civil Rights Unit from headquarters would love to do something like that. So if there's anything that we can do as an organization, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Don't hesitate to partner with us. We want to debunk some of the myths that are out there as to what hate crimes are and how we can get involved, what hate incidents are, and what law enforcement misconduct cases actually look like. And without any questions, hopefully, I don't know. That's all I have for you all. Thank you.
Assistant Special Agent in Charge James DeLoatch giving me a hard time. Like I've been in college here. So we're going to break for lunch and just resume at 1 o'clock. Another powerful afternoon planned for you, a discussion on communal trauma with Pardeep Kaleka, who's the Executive Director of the Interfaith Conference of Greater Milwaukee. Special Agent Skylar Barnes will reflect on the Ahmaud Arbery hate crime investigation, and Keith McKendall will moderate our law enforcement and prosecutors panel, asking that critical question of where do we go from here? So we'll break now and resume at 1 o'clock. We'll take about 30 seconds to let everybody get situated. That's just a warning. Is that okay? Could you hear me? Did you hear me okay right there? You still couldn't hear me? Okay. I was alerted that some people in the back couldn't really hear me yesterday, so I wanted to make sure. You guys hear me okay back there? All right, it is officially 1 o'clock, so we will resume. We'll let others come in as they come. Around this time yesterday, we were learning about the science of trauma on individuals. And now we get an opportunity to hear about communal trauma from our next presenter, Pardeep Kaleka, who's a Sikh community leader and anti-hate advocate. He's actually come to share in the Birmingham Civil Rights Conference previously. I recall the year, the topic was on hate crimes in places of worship. His family suffered a tremendous loss following an act of hate at the Oak Creek Sikh Temple in Milwaukee in 2012. Pardeep Kaleka is a hate and violence prevention senior advisor and director of behavioral health response at Carroll University. Please welcome him.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's just tough to come back after lunch and everybody's kind of tired and sleepy and, you know, this and that. But just the last couple days have been so much to take in. I know we were speaking about it as far as just taking care of each other, but also taking care of yourself, making sure that you're showing up for yourself every single day. The work that we do is heavy. The stories that we hear are heavy. This work, this knowledge, it hits us at many different levels, especially spiritually. So I'm glad that we're in a church to be able to share this space, the sacredness, this understanding, knowledge, and our growth and what we want to do as we go forward. Thank you for just being brave and getting us through this last few days. Phenomenal speakers. I'm going to speak a little bit about hate and communal trauma. And who I think about sometimes when I think about sometimes policy and mindset. You know, as we discussed a lot of policy and laws and legislation, those are hard fought. And I think about mindset of how do we not just stop at policy, but how do we change the hearts and minds of people? And for me, I have told this story many a times that our tragedy that took the lives of 7 people, 7 worshipers and parishioners, was the deadliest hate crime committed in a place of worship since the bombing that happened here by an affiliated white supremacist. Now after that, since then, there has been deadlier hate crimes to be committed in a place of worship by affiliated white supremacists. We know that hate and communal trauma, It's always tech. I'm just kidding, it's always me. We're good. Yep. So communal and collective trauma, we talked a lot about it. I'm going to start off with a question as well, and I'm going to speak from the perspective of a couple of different lenses that we're going to flow with. So I am a current therapist. I'm a trauma therapist. I've worked with individuals off-ramping from hate for about 3 years. I worked on probably 50 to 60 cases of individuals who we got from a place of hate to having them off-ramp. Some of these cases were federal, some of these cases are local, some of the ways that some of these young men, and every one of my cases was a young man. So we're thinking about cases of people who are kind of radicalized to hardcore radicalized. So I'm going to speak on from that perspective. I'm also going to speak from the perspective of, I'm a former law enforcement officer. So I'm going to go into a little bit of that's just policing, mindset. I loved the color of law presentation because as we go through that, I think we can all think about somebody who was in that place, rank and file of, hey, I'm in this precarious place where I'm either partnered up or I know somebody and do I have the will, right? We spoke about willingness. Do I have the will to say something in those moments? And really what we're talking about is, do we have the courage, right? I'm going to speak from the perspective of an educator. I was an educator for about 12 years. And I'm going to speak from the perspective of an immigrant. I came to this country when I was 6 years old. And finally, I'm going to speak from the perspective of a son who lost his father on August 5th, 2012, along with 6 other parishioners. From that question for you all, and some of this question, how long has trauma been around in the United States? How long has trauma been around? Yep. Since forever, right? We know that that's part of this human experience. Trauma, pain. Right? And hopefully as we leave out, we can be better ambassadors to civil rights, but we can also be better ambassadors to listening to trauma with a sense of wisdom that we don't go to traditional coping skills such as rejection, denial, rationalization. Trauma, as difficult as it is not meant to be explained away. We can try, we definitely can, because we do it all the time. Trauma is an experience that people feel, and it's meant to be felt. And when we feel, right, when we genuinely, truly feel, we can heal. And that just doesn't happen at the individual level, that also happens at the communal level. So that's what we're doing. We're feeling away this trauma. We're feeling each other's pain. We're empathizing. When was the first time that trauma was diagnosed in the DSM nomenclature? When was the first time that I could say, this person can be diagnosed with having PTSD? 1980. 1980 was the first time the DSM-3 came out and said, this is a diagnosable condition. Now, you all have said that it's been around forever. It's been around. It's there. But we only conceptualized what it looks like, or we're diagnosing, in 1980. Communal collective trauma. When we talk about communal trauma, there's also something that we need to talk about, which is called intergenerational trauma. And I think we spoke a little bit about this yesterday. Intergenerational trauma means trauma that is passed down through your DNA. One of the most phenomenal speakers on this is Dr. Joy DeGruy. Have you heard of Dr. Joy DeGruy? So she wrote a book called PTSD, Post-Traumatic Slave Disorder. And what she started to say as a social scientist was, this trauma is passed down from the womb. Epigenetics. Without you ever experiencing it, you have gone through something that your ancestors have gone through. And then they've gone through it. And they've gone through it. And now, from everyone that I speak to, and I got a good chance to speak to Miss Mildred downstairs, she was like, this is passed down through my mom. And that was passed down through her mom. And this is a story you hear all the time. But when Dr. Joy DeGruy, a black woman researcher, said it, lots of people in the field laughed at it. That's a pseudoscience. That doesn't even exist. What are you talking about? Fast forward to today, and we're not that far away from that. Fast forward today, we understand that that's the truth. In the clinical field, everybody will now understand, say, yep, intergenerational trauma. Yeah, for sure. We all knew it was there. Communal collective trauma. So when we think about the black experience in America, we think about collective, intergenerational, communal, as well as individual trauma. Right? From what people have been through, to what they experience, to how they cope, it's all in our culture. The indigenous experience in America, the Jewish experience, the Japanese experience around internment camps. September 11th, 2001. How did the country feel all of that? How did some people feel that a bit more acutely? Why did brown people, such as myself, go run off to their families' convenience stores and say, hey, mom and dad, you take the day off, I got this, right? Because we acutely felt the backlash. Right? COVID-19 pandemic, we're still going through it. 10, 15, 20 years from now, we'll sit back and we'll think all of the things that we've been through. That is communal collective trauma. Crisis of hate in America. I didn't want to replicate a lot of what we talked about, but since '98, we have seen the murder of James Byrd Jr., Jasper, Texas. The way that he died, the way that he was decapitated, the injustice that came after that, all leads to a sense of communal trauma, which then leads to a sense of communal distrust of authority. Right? The murder of Matthew Shepard. I didn't put, so between 98 and 2012, post 9/11, there was a murder of an Indian man who would be the first person murdered after 9/11. His name was Balbir Singh Sodhi. He was at his convenience store, and he was murdered when somebody said that they were going to shoot and kill towel heads. 2012, we'll come back to that. The Boston Marathon bombing. 2015, Charleston church bombing. I'm sorry, Charleston church shooting. That's a mistypo on my end. San Bernardino mass shooting, Pulse nightclub, Charlottesville, Tree of Life, El Paso, and very recently, the Tops supermarket shooting in Buffalo, New York. Now, why I wanted to kind of highlight all of those are when we think about message crimes, when we think about hate, whether it's prosecutable or whether it's not, right, sends a message. It sends a message that you're not enough. You're not American enough. You're not valued enough. And what our message has to be back is one of defiance. It has to be compassionate, but it has to be one that defies and says, no, we are enough. And so we created this video 3 years ago, so it's going to be a little bit dated. Right now I work as a senior advisor for a group called Not in Our Town. Not in Our Town was formed shortly after an incident in Billings, Montana. In Billings, Montana, what happened at that time was there was a growing faction of white supremacists who were living in that neighborhood. They were terrorizing just the entire community. At one point, one of the white supremacists threw a brick into a family's house, and the brick landed on a little child's bed. The town at that time realized just how bad the intimidation got and realized that they needed to do something, but they didn't know what to do. So Not in Our Town was formed by a movement of local people who stepped up and said, these are the things that we can do. Teachers, educators, painters would paint over graffiti. Law enforcement officers would have conversations with community folk. Faith leaders started to know what their role was going to be. Mental health practitioners started to understand how they can get involved. And everybody in the community started to roll up their sleeves and say, okay, listen, this is not just this family's problem, it's my problem also. That movement started a movement that in 2012, this film crew came and documented what happened in Oak Creek, Wisconsin. And when they documented it, they started to document not just what happened, but they started to outweigh with what happened with the communal response. Right? And so the focus became, what can you all do? What can we do? The Crisis of Hate is a film that Not in Our Town created, and I want to share it with you. And I see some. Are they good? This is going to have some heavy stuff. All right, thank you.
Choose Creek 911, where's your emergency?
Yeah, I was just going to Sikh temple.
Got a shooting.
Okay, did anybody get hit? Hello?
Somebody called and said, your dad was shot.
It's hard to think that it happened to us, such a small community, such a tight community. It was shocking.
Beautiful, godly, caring people spending time together in prayer and Bible study. And a young man came into this wonderful historic church and he killed them.
Darkness came from outside of our city. And I want to make it very clear. We are people of light, and we hope that this will never repeat again anywhere.
Tonight, Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue is home to heartbreak and carnage, believed to be the deadliest attack on Jews in U.S. history.
This was an attack not just on Tree of Life. This was an attack upon Pittsburgh. And all of Pittsburgh is mourning this and feeling the pain and looking for answers.
America is just now coming to grips with what unfolded here in the early morning hours here in Orlando, a massacre at a gay nightclub.
My son hasn't been heard from, so I don't know if he was left in the club, if he got shot. It's terrible. He's my only child.
I don't want other mothers to be in my spot. I don't want other mothers to go through this.
This was not an ordinary call. I try not to get personally involved in the cases, but it's hard in something like this. A Native American branded with a swastika.
Why would they hurt me?
I am going to make sure that we find out what happened, and I want the people that did this to be held accountable.
The vast majority of hate crimes are never reported to the police. I see trauma that's sort of inflicted on victims when charges are not brought, when it's not recognized what happened to them.
I remember laying on the ground after being attacked and really just feeling like, this is it. This is how a trans woman dies.
El primer golpe yo lo sentí que allá no sé cómo pude escapar.
And the people need to feel comfortable, regardless of their immigration status, to come to us.
The day of the temple shooting, I had been shot 15 times. I'd go right out and take another 12 if I knew that the Sikh community could actually be noticed for who they are.
As much as you were going through these feelings of grief, so was the rest of this community. And the rest of the community literally took their arms, braced them around you, and took that burden of pain away.
It causes me to pull on a whole higher level of faith, soul searching, but it also provokes a higher act of love.
The parents of Richard Collins III are pushing for legislation that would clarify that hate does not have to be the sole motivation for a hate crime.
It's the thing that we owe to our son's legacy.
The hope in this, I guess, campaign after my brother's death is to bring awareness to victims' rights so that, they don't have to feel like they don't have a voice, and what can we do to help protect them.
To change the conditions that allow for hatred and violence to thrive in this city.
We need to stand together to ensure that these acts of violence that are based on racist behavior or gender or any other type of hate are turned around and that we will not allow them to happen in our city.
We can accomplish things that set examples across the nation, across the world. We can make a change that's real.
So thank you so much for watching that, and thank you for having. I was just thinking about my son when the shooting happened. He was 4 years old, and we were lucky enough that my daughter forgot a notebook at the house. And because she forgot that notebook at the house, I, as a father, didn't have to think about would I save my 4 and my 6-year-old from a gunman. Just that happenstance. And my son, when we got to the Gurdwara, the Sikh temple itself, you could hear the calls and Bluetooth kind of happening. And I was in such a place that I didn't turn the Bluetooth off. So they heard the distress calls from inside the Gurdwara. They heard other family members calling and saying, what's going on? What's happening? And me being like, I don't know. I can't get there. The scene is all blocked off. Right? And a year later, we showed him the film that we were able to show 25. We've been able to show this film, not this film, but another film, 2,500 times to different communities. Usually, attendance looks like 200 to 300 people. And the film goes into this place where community deliberately comes together. They come together and say, no, hate will not have home here. This is what we'll do. But even the day of, the shooting the day of, I saw people that Sunday as well. And while we sometimes think that people don't care, and I saw hundreds and thousands of people gathering at a place where they barely didn't know the population. They didn't know the people there. They didn't know how they worshiped. But they did know empathy, because it is so core to us. Just as our fear response is very primal to the human brain, so is empathy. So is care. It is right there. Spiritually, it is right there. And once I showed this film to my son, it was coming on PBS, I asked the same question to myself that I may have asked you. I'm like, are you okay? Are we going to be able to let the kids be able to watch this? And I saw my son in the beginning of it, because it starts off with 911 distress calls. It starts off tragic, and he was there. Right? And I questioned and said, am I going to put my son through this? And then I realized, probably what you realized, we ain't got no choice. We don't have a choice. And so he sat there through the film. It was about 30 minutes. It's on YouTube now. It's called Waking in Oak Creek. Yeah, you can access it. It's free. It's, if you want me to come there and speak, for sure. But he watches it, and he tells me at the end, Dad, this had a happy ending. Because he didn't know the happy ending. He was just inside the house while Dad was going to do this and go do that and go put a brave face on for the world. And he's like, Dad, this had a happy ending. And I could still picture him saying it. I could still picture, there's certain things within trauma that are vivid memories. And the vivid memory of him saying, this had a happy ending, Dad. And I said, yeah, and don't you ever forget that that's what community can do. Don't you ever forget that. With that said, I'm going to transition over to the last person that I was able to speak to about this was Dr. Ansari from the Buffalo shooting. She was in charge of the mental health response post what happened in Buffalo. And her and I were speaking at a conference. And I walked up to her after and I said, does this map look familiar to you of what happened? Right? Because when I talk to other survivors, this keeps coming up, this whole fluctuation of where we are. So I wanted to share that with you all today. When you think about right here, and I'll talk specifically about our incident. When you think about this says warning, pre-disaster, threat, impact. For us, those warnings were happening constantly after 9/11, right? And some of it was able to be documented, but a lot of it was just felt. A lot of it was like, I don't know if the world looks at brown people the same as it did, pre 9/11. I started to see it on media and movies. And I started to see this theme. This theme was the brown bad guy. I just lovingly call him the brown bad guy. And all of these movies about American heroism, I just started to see a plethora of them coming out about the brown bad guy. I'm like, man. And I would even talk to some of my friends who would say, well, I'm going to see this movie. And I'm like, oh, yeah, brown bad guy. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, yeah, I know, like your kids, it's like you get, here's the hero and here's the brown bad guy. And one of my friends, he's a good guy, real good guy. His son was feeling down and out, and his son felt like he wasn't as tall as he should be. Didn't feel like he's strong as he should be. Kind of got cut from the soccer team, and he went to go see a movie that had a white good guy and a brown bad guy. And he tells me, he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna watch this movie about American patriotism. Cool, all right. Go do that, go do you. But a few weeks ago, bro, you just told me about how your son wasn't feeling so good about himself. And now you're gonna go see this thing. And so he started to think I was questioning his parenthood, his father. And I'm like, your son's gonna feel good for a little bit, but then he's gonna go back to feeling bad. Sure enough, it happened. And he's like, yeah, he felt pride for a little while, but then it didn't last long. I was like, maybe you tell him you love him for just the way he is, that he doesn't need to make the team. You love him for who he is, rather than what he can become or what he can fight for. Because this conditional love, right? This conditional love or this conditional sense of worth is getting in the way of all of us being able to thrive. All of these pre-disaster sort of, we couldn't, and as you spoke, I was thinking about just kind of these hate and bias incidents that don't really show up. I call them awful but lawful. A lot of times, people are actually researching just how far they can take the First Amendment. How far can you take it before you actually commit a crime, right? And lots of personalities online are telling them exactly that. Here's the playbook. You can take it this far, but don't go here, because then you'll commit a crime. But to the community, it ends up looking like terror. And some of these show up in these pre-disaster warning threats. So I'm glad that we're having that conversation and we're kind of all getting involved. The impact is obviously the event that happens. Whatever event, all of those events. Sometimes it's a single incident event, sometimes it's multiple. But usually right after that you see this, what's known as the heroic phase. And that's good. That's not me criticizing it, but that's kind of like everybody's coming to town, right? Wherever you're hurt, your body will respond and say, okay, listen, we need to give this attention right over here. So your blood will flow right there. That's the same with people. People know, and they have a calling inside of them. Right? We need to go here. That Sunday, lots of people had the ability just to go home. But in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, we had community after community after community coming. And at one point, I actually came out of the basement, right? And I looked around and I'm like, wow. There's people here of different races, faces, religions, ethnicities. Some people were just they didn't even know how to talk to each other. They were just like, I was like, this is beautiful. So we know there's something inside of us. Usually after that, though, which is called the honeymoon phase, there's this sense of disillusionment. And I definitely felt that in our community. I felt this sense of disillusionment. Now, I say this really terrible joke sometimes, and my wife gets mad at me for saying it, but there's a couple of scary days in my life. One of those days was when I got married. The other day was when I walked back into the temple. When I walked into the temple, I'm walking up, and sure enough, like this was about a week later, you're getting all of these flashbacks of when we were driving up, the squad cars we saw, the tape, the everything. It's summer in Wisconsin. Everything seems the same from one week to the other. It's just this smell of what just happened. And then I get there, and I get in the parking lot, and I walk up, and all of these people start to rush out at me as I'm walking into like our church, our Gurdwara, and they're just like excited. So I thought that was kind of just strange and weird, of like, you know, usually, I mean, people do greet you, but not like this. And so I'm walking up, they're all running towards me, and they're like happy, and they're like, Pardeep, Pardeep, we got all of the blood out of the carpets. Pardeep, we got all the bullet holes out of the drywall. We cleaned it all up. And I didn't want to ruin their enthusiasm, right? But I was like, why? Why were you so quick to turn the page? I don't equate it to Emmett Till's mom, but she had a responsibility. She had a responsibility as a mom that lots of black moms have felt before that, around that. She's like, if the world doesn't see him, they're just going to think this is nothing. This is just an incident. This is just a statistic, right? So part of me was upset to say, why? I wanted people to come in and see the horror of what happened. I wanted people to know how people took their last breath, what they were doing. The other thing that scared me about that day was, as I walked around the Gurdwara, I started seeing little ones. And the little ones started to have these side conversations in Punjabi. And they were saying, why do they hate us? Why did they do this to us? See, I told you they don't like us. These were the earshot conversations in another language. And that scared me. Because for every person that is here, that makes this country beautiful, has come from somewhere else. Most of the time. This is who we are. And I thought that we're going to lose the next generation. So that disillusionment was not just happening with the kids, that was happening with everyone. And as that was happening, to the credit of community, to the credit of Department of Justice, to the credit of Victim Witness Services, state, federal, people started to come forward and say, no, there's something sacred here that we cannot let die. This was the summer of 2012. President Barack Obama was running for re-election. The country felt, and again, the undercurrent of what was happening. The country felt that the first time was, okay, but now are you going to commit yourself to this? Are you going to recommit to what's going on? This was the deadliest hate crime at that time, and again, terror has followed. Of, are we going to recommit? What are we going to commit to? The political narrative that we have that's happening right now. What type of country is this? Many of these shootings are inspired by something known as the Great Replacement Theory. The Great Replacement Theory basically says that white Americans will be replaced by a multicultural society, oftentimes scapegoating Jews as the masterminds behind all of that. Sikh temple, going through the disillusionment. Trigger events, basically trigger events was anytime somebody would come to the temple and ask about something peculiar, right? And we would get that all of the time. People were on heightened alert. Somebody would come, and I was pretty outspoken. Somebody would come and say, hey, do you know this Pardeep Kaleka? What time does he get here? They didn't know whether that person was a friend or an enemy, right? But they knew that he was a stranger. They didn't know. They were in this place of heightened alert, right? I had to take precautions as well, right? So at some point, I would come, not bring the kids. I would come, bring the wife, tell the wife to situate herself into like some place where she can tactically maneuver if she needs to maneuver, right? Those are all the impacts that happen in the aftermath. And again, you're trying to heal, but not only are people in sort of a hypervigilant state, but then some people just are trying to do their best, and they come there and they're like, you know, one of the ways that I was like, man, we really got to wrestle our way out of this was I befriended a very unlikely person. I befriended a former white supremacist. And the former white supremacist was actually the guy who started the gang, the organization that the shooter belonged to. Part of me is I wanted answers, but there's another part of you that wants freedom. You want freedom, and sometimes that freedom is a journey. And it takes not only personal freedom, but it takes communal freedom. I didn't want these kids saddled with what happened to them without feeling like, hey, I can do something about this. However, the problem is when I look on TV or when I look at things, I don't really see a lot of people that look like me that are playing the hero role. And now sometimes that becomes its own obstacle because if you can't see it, you can't be it, right? So I was like, if you're not going to do it, Pardeep, if you're not going to work with these people and get them to be better people and show our community that we have the courage to do that, people oftentimes ask me that, like, why is it that you, as a person that went through a hate crime, that almost died, that almost had his mother killed and his kids killed, is a person who works with racists? Like, because I have to show them that we have courage. And this wasn't for the world. This was kind of for our own people, for our own kids. Because if they can say, well, I can see myself in Pardeep, and look at Pardeep's not scared to talk to the guy with the swastika, maybe I can go out into the world and I can become the next FBI agent, the next ADA, right? The next nurse, police officer, right? I was trying to reclaim faith. Right? So then back to this anniversary reactions. Dr. Ansari talked about this as well, of this trying to reclaim faith and getting to the place of anniversary and that year anniversary being a big milestone. But you'll notice after that year anniversary, you start to dip and you start to go back. The part that I would really like us to work on is reconstruction. Reconstruction. How do we, and I heard it mentioned, and like, how do we reconstruct? Yes, as from a policy place, for sure, but from a hearts and minds place. For how do we build ourselves up? How do we know that we're in this together? The 5 lessons that we learned was not everyone in every community heals the same. Communities heal differently. That's okay. That's okay. That's part of being culturally responsive. We must center and empower the community harmed. And this was done well. Some of these lessons were done well at the Sikh temple, and I will say that they have not been always done well in other communities. So it really depends on leadership, who you're speaking to. I was just in a perfect place that I got to kind of be what's known as a bridge. I wasn't old enough to be the oldest generation from our side, which just came over, which was my parents. They could not talk to media. They could not talk to other people. They weren't, right? And I wasn't so young that like asking me would kind of put me into a place where I couldn't handle the stress of it. Just perfectly situated, right? So there's going to be bridges that you all encounter. In every community, there's going to be a bridge. There's going to be a person who physically acts as the bridge. There's wisdom in both success and failure. Yeah, that's a deep one. There's both. So failure means there was things that we did not do right. There's things that I personally did not do right, or I personally was going from a place where I think that I was trying so hard to make things right that I wasn't in the best place for the people that care about me intimately or my family. And I found myself just kind of straying away from what I needed to be at home. And I promised myself that I would not do that. Communal and collective healing. So originally I started talking about my daughter, and she is 19, almost 19 now. She's going to be going off to college. And I'm always like, what do you want to do? And I think sometimes we just ask 18-year-old, 19-year-olds, like, what do you want to do for the rest of your life? I'm like, I'm 47, and I don't know what I want to do for the rest of my life. So how unfair that question is. But she's going off to college. She's brilliant. She's smart. She's very, very emotionally mature. She was 6 when the shooting happened. And I didn't know what she was going through this entire time. I just know Dad was trying his hardest. Not just for the Sikh community, but for every community, that hopefully every person, it was just, you try your hardest, but you have to have faith in like what your kids are understanding. So she's in this place where she's like, I want to be a psych major. I want to do psych. And I was like, please don't do psych, right? You know, there's no money in this, right? I was like, and I'm like, what else do you want to do? She's like, well, I kind of want to go into law. I know there's no money in this either. But I'm like, just do something that you make some money so so Dad can be taken care of, Mom can be taken care of. But she's both minded. She's policy minded and she's psych minded. So I'm like, whatever you do, it's going to be brilliant. But she, at the 10th anniversary, which happened a few years back, there was thousands and thousands of people coming into town. Now you got to understand, for the Sikh community, this was a global tragedy. Right? For the United States, we kind of put it into things, but and the Sikh community is the 5th or 6th largest religion in the world. There's about 1 million Sikhs in the US and Canada, and growing. We heard about this, you name it, and whatever high up delegate official had heard about it, right? So we weren't just answering to Canada and the United States. This was all London, Europe, back to India. This was huge. So when the 10th anniversary came up, lots of people were like, I'm coming to town. I'm coming. I'm going to be there. And so we're trying to plan out. This happened to be 3 days of events. And I even thought to myself, I'm like, how in the world, for 3 days of events, it's just, you don't know what the attendance is going to look like. You're like, okay, let's do this, and then let's do this, right? But thousands and thousands of people were coming in. And she comes up to me, she says, Dad, at the vigil, I want to say a spoken word. I'm like, and then she's like, I want to say a spoken word to every hateful person out there. To the Wade Pages of the world, who's a shooter. And then as a dad, you just kind of say, okay, right? You're nervous. You don't know how it's going to come off. You don't know what she's going to say. You don't know what she's absorbed. And to me, she really was a living person of the kids that were inside that temple at that time. She's who that is, right? And so I'm like, if she like breaks down, and part of me is like, I didn't want to see, I would grab somebody by the, kind of by their collar if they ever broke down in public. Because there's also a part of us that's like, you're not going on TV if you're going to cry. If you're going to let people know that this harmed us in any other way other than strengthening us, you're not going to go on TV. Right? So I wanted that to be the message. And the day gets there, and she's going on, and it was me that was crying. It was me that was emotional. And part of it was, I kind of was relieved. I was kind of relieved. And she gets up there, and she delivers a beautiful spoken word. Right? Trust our kids. She delivers a beautiful spoken word, and she ends it by saying, you didn't hate us. You hated yourself. And I thought that was such an indictment on hate. You hated yourself. And as I've gone, and over the past 12 years now of doing this work, I've seen those kids grow. And I've seen those kids become military. So one of the kids has actually gone on. Wade Page was ex-military. Right? And, so Wade Page, the shooter, was military, like, you gotta speak up. I got you. Wade Page was ex-military, who was the shooter, and one of the young men who lost his mom has gone on and become a police officer. Another person has joined the military. And so these kids have moved out of their place of trauma. But this doesn't happen without us being that sacred community. So my encouragement is just to make sure that, hey, let's keep moving forward, and let's be that sacred community for one another. So thank you so much. If there's any questions, I don't think I have enough time. Oh, I do? Okay. We can take some questions if you have questions.
I'll ask one
Sure.
third. What became of the white supremacist person that you befriended?
Oh, sure. Sure, that's a great question. So what became of the white supremacist person? Him and I have gone on to do a lot of talks together. His name is Arnold Michaelis. He lives maybe 15 minutes from where I live. He is my children's uncle. He stops over at the house. I go visit him at his house, take care of his mom. But a lot of my work has also been around how do we help people exit. So sometimes we work with the FBI. The FBI may do knock and talk or go talk to some kid who they really don't have an investigation on. But this kid has been doing something that's very suspect online. And so that's the difficult part of whenever you have clear intention of carrying out some kind of violence, well, when do you pick that person up? Is it when that person breaches? or can you get ahead of it? Now, from doing that work with Arnold, and also working with a lot of former white supremacists, former Islamists, we call them, or former what have you, we get into this sort of like strange world of being able to almost detect when a person is about to do something wrong. And part of that is around personal rejection. The ideology means, I got this ideology, and this ideology says, you know, Jews do this, blacks do this, browns do this, blah, 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 blah. Lots of times there's incel misogyny with that as well. But what usually triggers a person to act, right, to commit an act, is a personal grievance, a personal rejection. So I think that's some of the work that we've gone on to do, was to like kind of create a broad-based message of, hey, you know what, you may be hateful right now, but you can change. And we've had no shortage of, I don't know how many young men have come to one of our talks, and their dad's kind of like, hey, Pardeep, Arnold, can you talk to my son? I won't say the bad name that they put in front of it, because there's kids there. Will you talk to my son? And we're like, okay, yeah, let's talk, man. So we sit down, we talk, we have a conversation, kind of hear him out, and just let him know that, hey man, there's a better way to like, and then we kind of become friends. And at some point, even as a therapist, when I was working with some of these men, I started to realize, man, these men they've developed like an armor, and they use the ideology as a shield. So I would work from inside and say, how can I be your friend? Right? I didn't say that, but just by listening to them, kind of acknowledging their pain, and then I would let them know, hey, this is what actually happened to me. I didn't tell you about this. And they lots of times they're shocked because they didn't know. And then I would ask them literally, what matters more to you, your ideology or my friendship? And I have not had one person say the ideology. They've almost always said your friendship. And I'm sorry. I was like, okay, if you're sorry, go out and go get somebody else. Go out and, if you know a person that's about to commit some kind of crime or about to do something or in this ideology, go get them. Don't tell me you're sorry. Go help them out. And so that's what our friendship is centered around, yeah. Great question. I think there's...
How do you facilitate healing within a community who is not in agreement about how to heal? That they're not all, or so there, did you all have any experiences of part of your community who wasn't ready to heal or didn't feel like we needed to do it this way? Or how did you get everybody collectively in the same space and mode of healing?
That's a beautiful question. What's your name?
Sherri.
Sherri asked the question, like, how do you get different people who are in different mindsets about healing to heal? I remember the conversations with the elders in our community who were like, and then there were some other conversations that, I'll just be very frank with y'all, like, they were like, Pardeep, you keep bringing white people into this place, right? Don't you know white people trigger us? And I'm like, yeah, for sure, I do, and I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry, I apologize, no qualifications. Pardeep has a tendency to talk, but I'm not even gonna talk, I'm just gonna say sorry, right? Then they would say things like, hey, okay, now you got people who got tattoos all over, look like white supremacists, and you keep bringing them in here, right? Not only are you bringing, no disrespect to white people, not only are you bringing white people in here, but you're bringing white people with tattoos in here, right? And I was like, yep, I'm sorry. I truly am, I'm sorry. And I think that they gave me enough grace and enough trust to say, you're gonna have to trigger us. We get it, because we can't exist in this. We can exist in this, but we can't thrive in this. So somehow, some way, work us through our triggers. For sure. Not only will I do that, but I'll talk to the kids. I'll talk to whoever. Like, I'm getting through this myself, but at the same time, I want to make sure that, so there's going to be disagreement, there's going to be discontention, there's going to be all of the friction that comes with it. I think, again, just what we do is we rest strong in our faith and listen to that guiding voice of wisdom, right? And my guiding voice may be different, or we think it's different, right? My guiding voice is the same as all of your guiding voices, which is to that one creator that says, I put all these challenges in front of you. I made people of different races, faces, complexions, languages, ethnicities. They walk different, they talk. But my sort of, what I want from you is, do you still see me? Do you still see me? And we all have to wrestle with that in this place of worship, of what is it that we see, and how are we walking each other home? Right? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So thank you so much.
Pardeep, Kaleka, everybody. Thank you for having the courage to do the hard work, to bring about healing in the community for yourself, but while you're going through it yourself and still being willing to do that. Thank you. Because I think that creates a model for our communities as we continue to have to deal and wrestle with the outcome of hateful acts. So thank you. Our next speaker is Skylar Barnes, who's a special agent with the FBI. It was a cell phone video that alerted the world to what really happened to 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery, who was killed after being chased by 3 white men while he was out for a jog in Brunswick, Georgia. That was in 2020, during the pandemic. Special Agent Skylar Barnes is here to talk about the Ahmaud Arbery hate crime investigation, which he led out of the Atlanta Division, Brunswick, Georgia office. He's assigned to the FBI's Atlanta Division Civil Rights and Public Corruption Squad. You can scan the QR code to read more about his bio and his profile. But at this time, because we're anxious to hear what he has to say, please welcome Skylar Barnes, Special Agent FBI.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. First, I want to start by saying I too are very humbled and thankful to be here to speak in front of you today. I've actually been in Birmingham for some time now. For the last 6 weeks, I've had the unique opportunity to serve on a temporary assignment as the acting supervisory special agent over the civil rights program here in Birmingham. In my time here, I've got to meet a lot of folks who I now consider my second FBI family. This is the most time I've ever spent in any other division in the FBI. And with a program like this, over 2 days for everything to come together, it took a lot of hard work. So I first want to acknowledge the work of SSA Josh Lovett, who's the former supervisor of the Civil Rights Squad here in Birmingham. Special Agent Cornelius Harris, who has worked this tell-off countless hours to make this happen over the last couple of days. Our SOS, Candace White, and all the hard work that she's put in to make this come together over the last 2 days. So we all can just give them a round of applause for all the work they've done. I've done this presentation a few times now. When you talk about trauma, hurt, and pain, each time I give this presentation, I typically take a couple days to prepare. As many times as I've given it now, there's still some things I'd like to show up in my presentation so that I give you guys the facts of what happened. And the reason why I enjoy giving this presentation when asked is because I love to just spread the story of Ahmaud Arbery and give you all an insight from the FBI standpoint on how we investigated this case. No matter how many times I've given this presentation, if I seem a little nervous right now, it's because my wife and kids are here. And normally, whenever I get asked to do anything as far as being away from home, a conference, or being here for 6 weeks, before I say yes, I always talk to my wife and ask her, hey, are you okay with this? I'm gonna be gone for 2 or 3 days. In this case, hey, I'll be gone for 6 weeks. I'll try to make it home on the weekends. And the reason that's important to me is because I feel like my wife, in some ways, worked this case with me. There were many nights where I'm sitting up in the office reviewing some evidence, reviewing a cell phone, and oftentimes she would say, baby, just come to bed. I'm like, I'm almost done. I'm almost finished. Let me look at this. So she too recognizes the importance of sharing the story of Ahmaud Arbery. This case was something so senseless and something that should not have happened. So, so with that, I normally start here and just kind of how the presentation is laid out. For some of you in the back, if you want to move forward, there's going to be some visuals, some audio stuff, some body camera footage. You're going to see some home surveillance footage from different residences that we were able to collect throughout our investigation. There's going to be some audio, just audio, where you'll just need to listen to what's being said. But there's going to be a lot of visuals throughout the presentation. As we talk about trauma, Ms. Bosserman said it this morning. I think I'm going to steal that and put it on my slide, is that I'm not trying to create trauma. And I do know this experience was traumatic for a lot of folks, and obviously for Ahmaud Arbery and his family. The FBI, those of us who work civil rights, my supervisors here, Keith, and some of my colleagues, who every single day we go into the office, we're fighting for those that have been victimized, some for some things that they can't change, like the color of their skin, and some things that they choose, whether it be their sexual orientation, how they identify, but things that no one should be a victim of any crime in 2023, 2024 in this country. So as we go throughout the presentation, and yes, again, my kids are here. I don't see any other kids here, but there's going to be some racial slurs. You'll hear some curse words. And ultimately, as Sherri mentioned, there was a video that was released during 2020 that depicted the final moments of the life of Ahmaud Arbery. And once that video was shared on the news, this case kind of went national. So that video is a part of our presentation. And once it comes up, I will let you know again before I play it if you want to step out or not. So I'm going to walk you through again. I'm going to orient you with Brunswick, Georgia, for those who aren't familiar. I'll walk you through the FBI first getting involved in the case, and I'll show you some evidence that we used at trial to convict the subjects of hate crime. And then ultimately I'll tie it together and talk about some legislation that has since been passed by the state of Georgia in the remembrance of Ahmaud Arbery.
Hello. 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm not here. It's Satilla Shores. There's a black male running down the street.
Satilla, where at Satilla Shores?
I don't know what street we're on. Stop right there! Emmett! Stop! Travis!
Sir, hello, sir. Sir, where you at?
All right, so depending on what screen you're looking at, obviously that's a map, that's a picture of the state of Georgia. For those who've never been to Brunswick, you have Atlanta here in the center. To the far right, East Coast, you have Savannah, Georgia. Brunswick is about 45 minutes south of Savannah, Georgia, and 45 minutes north of Jacksonville, Florida. We were pretty much so far East Coast, coastal, that my family, most weekends, we spent it down at the beach, either in Jacksonville, St. Simon's Island, or Jekyll Island. So you drive 5.5 hours to get to Atlanta from Brunswick, Georgia. So that's how far apart you are away from from Atlanta. When this case first started, there was a lot of narrative depending on which news source was reporting, or for those that lived in the community, was this case actually about race? Was the black kid really out for a jog? What you heard was the defendant, Gregory McMichael. That 911 call was right before Ahmaud Arbery was murdered. That call was made 5 minutes after they've chased Ahmaud throughout the entire neighborhood. It was only at that moment that they decided to call 911. On the call, you heard Gregory McMichael, she's 911, what's your emergency? And the first thing he said was, there's a black man running down the road. So for us, the FBI, once we got involved and started kind of digging through the facts, it appeared to us that this case was always about race. And when we talk about hate crimes, and ASAC DeLoatch laid it out perfectly. In our statute, we don't have to prove any element of hate. We don't have to prove that anyone hated anyone. But what we do have to prove is that the subject or the perpetrator was motivated, acted because of, and it doesn't have to be the sole reason, it just have to be in part of why they decided to do what they did. So here for us, when we got involved, the biggest question we asked was simply like, why were they so interested in capturing Ahmaud Arbery? That's Ahmaud Arbery, Ahmaud Marquez Arbery. He was 25 years old at the time of his death. Obviously, he was a son, he was a brother. He was an uncle. He had 2 siblings, Jasmine and his older brother, Marcus Arbery Jr. He lived with his mom, came from very humble beginnings, didn't have much. On the day of the shooting, it was always asked if he was simply out for a run, why was he dressed like that? Ahmaud Arbery was wearing a white t-shirt, he had cargo shorts on. He had on tennis shoes that were kind of worn down. He had a bandana around his neck. He didn't have a Fitbit. He didn't have an Apple Watch. He was running. He didn't have a cell phone on him. He was simply out running for a jog. Like many of us, how we deal with whether it be our trauma or our mental health, Ahmaud Arbery had his own, he had his own way of dealing with his mental health and all the things that he was dealing with personally. And by all accounts, for everything that we found through our investigation, the way his outlet was to exercise, and more specifically, was to go for a jog. There's your 3 defendants. To the left is Travis McMichael. At the time, Travis was 34 years old. He was a contractor with the government. He was working down at Kings Bay military base. He had a 2-year-old son that on the day of the murder, he actually left inside of the house to run out to chase Ahmaud Arbery. At the time, he was living with his father in the middle, Gregory McMichael. He was 64 years old. And Greg had just retired months before the shooting. He just retired. He spent 34 years as the chief investigator with the Glenn County District Attorney's Office. The gentleman on the right is William Bryant, also known as Roddy. At the time, he was about 50 years old. He was a small engine mechanic, so he worked on things like repairing lawnmower engines and things of that sort. So this here, when the FBI got involved, after the shooting happened, you heard Gregory McMichael call 911. He borrowed Travis's cell phone to do that. He did not have his cell phone on him during the chase. But after he called 911, right before Travis shot Ahmaud Arbery 3 times with a shotgun, the next person he called was the district attorney. He reached out to Jackie Johnson. He left her a voicemail. It was a voicemail that the FBI recovered through a search warrant. And on the voicemail, he said, "Jackie, I need some help. Travis and I just got into some S." So Jackie Johnson recused herself, we believe to be almost immediately. There were some conversations if she directed the office to arrest the McMichaels or not. And there are some ongoing legal proceedings regarding that. The white letter you see, page 1 is on the right. Once she recused herself, the case then went to the second district attorney, George Barnhill, who also recused himself because his son Junior was an associate of Travis McMichael. But before doing so, he released his prosecutorial opinion publicly, and he stated that given the fact that Arbery initiated the fight, at the point Arbery grabbed his shotgun, he says under Georgia law, McMichael was allowed to use deadly force to protect himself. He then goes on to say, he says, for the above and foregoing reasons, it is our conclusion there is insufficient probable cause to issue arrest warrants at this time. So he recused himself, but prior to doing so, he released this publicly with his prosecutorial opinion, and pretty much a lot of the public and the community, this is pretty much what they grabbed onto that would support their belief that the McMichaels were justified in chasing and killing Ahmaud Arbery. So how does the FBI get involved? So in FBI Brunswick, a small RA, it was only 4 agents, it was 4 of us, and we always joke that if any of us was out of work, we represented 25% of the FBI. So it was important, if you're going to be out of work, let somebody know. But with that, we had 2 task force officers assigned to us at the time. So anything violent, whether it be shots fired, any type of robbery, we were tied in, very connected with the local PD. So we would get the alerts to our government phones. So on this day, on 2/23, that was a Sunday, we all get an alert that shots fired. So we immediately try to figure out like what happened. We reached out to one of our task force officers, said, hey, take a look into this and get back to us and let us know what happened. The first information we received back was that, simply put, good guy shot bad guy. There was someone who attempted to break in a home and that the homeowner shot and killed a person. So if you just hear that based on those mere facts, you may say, okay, it may seem like it's justified. And then, so there's an ongoing investigation for about 3 months. After the shooting, immediately after the shooting, all 3 defendants involved went home for the next 3 months. It wasn't until the video became public that garnered a lot more attention. So even for us as an FBI, we're working behind scenes. Hey, the shooting that took place back on February 23rd, have you heard any more about it? So we started reaching out to the 3rd district attorney who got the case. We met with the district attorney, and it was only on that time, on April 30th, that we, the FBI, learned that this entire thing was recorded on video, or at least a portion of it was recorded. So we get the case file, just how we do with any other case. Civil rights cases, we work, many times the state investigators may already started an investigation, so the FBI, we come in, not to take over any investigation, but to work jointly, and we did the same thing here. We reviewed the video, we're working this case in conjunction with the Department of Justice. Myself, as the lead case agent, also had 2 other case agents, Marcus Griffin and Jeff Roberts, working alongside of me. So I meant to mention that earlier, while my name is here, I'm here to present. There was a lot of great work done by a lot of folks in the FBI during this time. So again, I want you to also think back that 2020 was a heavy year. There was a lot happening in 2020 with Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. It was just so much going on. So by the time we got this video and we looked into it, we thought to ourselves, at least enough to more like, yeah, this doesn't look right. We got to do more. So the video was ultimately released on May 6th. The video was actually released by Greg McMichael. He gave it to his attorney. His attorney gave it to the local radio man, and they put it on Facebook because he believed that it would exonerate him. And when you watch the video, it's only about 2 minutes long, and what you will see is the black kid try to grab the shotgun. The person with the shotgun shoots the person. But again, this chase was well over 5 minutes long before that even happened. All right, so I'm going to, just for context and just for background, kind of orient you a little bit. The neighborhood here is Satilia Shores. I'm not able to point at the TV monitors, but up on the wall, down the bottom where you see the Google symbol, that's the entrance to the neighborhood. It's a one-way in, one-way out. So Ahmaud Arbery, only way to get out of the neighborhood is to go back the exact same way he came in. It's right here. It's on that side where it says Google. There's a couple red dots that's highlighted. What Ahmaud Arbery did not know was that there was folks in his neighborhood who were literally looking for him. And the reason why they were looking for him, because through our investigation, we learned that if you guys follow the case at all, you heard about a home under construction, that the kid tried to break into a house under construction. That house is 220 Cecilia Drive. It was owned by a gentleman named Larry English. Larry English was building this house as his vacation home. During our investigation, we knocked on every single door to obtain any evidence or any footage that we could. And what we learned was that most people who lived in this neighborhood, these were their vacation home. I don't know if you can see that most of them, they have docks off the water. Most of them own a boat. It's a retirement community pretty much made of about 90% Caucasian. And all the folks at these red dots believe that for whatever reason, this black kid did not belong in their neighborhood. Why does he keep coming back to this neighborhood, and why does he keep going in that house? I normally would point out but essentially you have neighbors at each dot who are curious. For months leading up to the shooting, they're curious to know who this kid is and why does he keep coming back to the neighborhood. All right, so I'm going to walk you through kind of video surveillance that we put together that shows the last moments of Ahmaud's life, that gave us somewhat a visual of what actually happened the day of. You can see it's 2:20, it's 2:23, 2020. It's a Sunday. The surveillance says 2:08, is actually 1:08. It's in the South. Everyone goes to church. So most people here in this neighborhood, and we interviewed a lot of folks, they were just returning home from church, and what they encountered was chaos once they returned back to their neighborhood. If you look on the TV or up the top, you'll see an individual in the right-hand corner. That's Ahmaud Arbery. The house that has the red porta-john in front of it, that's the home under construction. You see it has windows, it has no doors. It has a car garage that has no door. It has a boat garage that has no door. There's absolutely no doors anywhere on the property. Once I start the video, you'll see Ahmaud stop. He's going to put his hands on his hips. He takes a deep breath, and for us, that's an indication that likely he likely just stopped running and he's taking a break. Ahmaud Arbery lived about 1.5 miles away from this house on the other side of the highway. We used all the technology we could, would be drones. We drove it. One of the agents down there is a runner. We had him run it and let us know, hey, how far is this distance from Ahmaud's house? It's about 1.5 miles. So if Ahmaud runs in 1.5 miles out, 1.5 miles back, it's about a 3-mile run. And for an individual of his stature, his athleticism, that was probably much appeared to be a standard exercise day for Ahmaud Arbery. So he's going to walk up. He's going to put his hands on his hips. He's going to go inside the house. Just for the sake of time, the video is kind of sped up. We learned that there was a water source on the property. So that could have been another reason in our theory why Ahmaud was constantly stopping at this house over the last couple months. He's going to go inside the house. Cargo shorts, white t-shirt, bandana, tennis shoes, no Fitbit, no Apple Watch, no cell phone. He has nothing in his hands. He doesn't touch anything. He has no bag to take anything with him. We learned through our investigation that Ahmaud Arbery had technical training and that talking to his family, he wanted to go on to become an electrician. And we believe that was part of his interest in this property, seeing the progression of the home being built and kind of seeing the inner workings of the walls. So he's just walking around. He's going to come back on the screen here in a second. if he wanted to take something or steal something, there's plenty of opportunity. There's some power tools there that's pretty expensive. All right, for the sake of time, I'll go. He's going to come out the house. You'll see here in a second. So part of the theory, the defense theory for the subject was they believed that Ahmaud Arbery was burglarizing this home. In the state of Georgia, again, I'm not a lawyer, but to commit a burglary, you unlawfully enter the dwelling with the specific intent to commit another felony. There's nothing that you just saw there. And quite frankly, the McMichaels, I'll show you in a second, the McMichaels live so far down that they don't even know that he's in this house right now. They can't see him in this house at the very moment. And also, they say he was trespassing property, and also in the state of Georgia, in order to be trespassing, they have to be trespassed. You have to be told by the owner in front of the police that you don't belong here, you're trespassed on the property, and to not come back. So the next time the person would come back, they will be considered trespassing. All right, so you just seen Ahmaud walking through the house. The next video I'll play is going to be pretty fast, but you're going to see him. He's going to run out of the house. I'm sorry, before he runs out of the house, you're going to see an individual. He's going to walk out. He's going to come underneath the tree. He's one of the neighbors who's been interested in this kid that keeps coming to the neighborhood. He sees Ahmaud Arbery go in that house. He doesn't know who Ahmaud is. He sees a person. He sees a young black kid go into that house. He walks out. He's under the tree there. He has the overalls on with the white t-shirt. He calls the police.
Brunswick Communications Operator Smith.
Hey, this is Battle Benji. I'm about to steal a sword.
Okay.
Break-ins out here. There's a guy in the house right now. It's a house under construction.
Okay, do you have your address or that house's address?
Right at 219 or 220 Satilla Drive.
And you said someone's breaking into it right now?
No, it's all open. It's under construction. And he's running right now. There he goes right now.
Okay, what is he doing?
He's running down the street.
Okay.
Back into the
Okay, that's fine. I'll get them out there. I just need to know what he was doing wrong.
So the 911 operator asked, what's the emergency? He said there's a black man. He's going into the house. The house is under construction. She said, is he breaking in? He said, no, it's all open. And she said, I just need to know, what is it that he's doing wrong? And he says he's running down the street. There he goes. He's running right now. He's running right now. So that gentleman's name is Matt Albenz. He testified in the state trial, the state murder trial. He testified in our hate crimes trial. That he says that there's absolutely no way that Ahmaud's in the house right now. He said there's absolutely no way that Ahmaud can see him. Therefore, there's nothing that prompts Ahmaud to run out the house as fast as he did. That was the defense. Oh, he must have just done something. Why was he running so fast? And he also testified that he said he lives with a lot of remorse today at the time, because he said, if I knew they were going to kill him, I would have never called the police. And he says he lives every day with the death of Ahmaud Arbery on his conscience, and he regrets to ever have called the police. He didn't believe that anything that would turn out to be the last time Ahmaud was living. So this video here, you're going to see Ahmaud run out of the house. It's going to be very fast. Again, he just runs out the house, we believe, just to continue his natural run. Because I'm going to show you a video later from November of the previous year where he's in the house. He sees absolutely nobody, and he takes off running the exact same way. So while he's running, the clock is still running. If you look to the top corner, you'll see some movement up here. You're going to see a white truck pull out. And that's when they're going to start to chase Ahmaud. There was questions where if there's any collusion. Did these folks know each other? Were they working together in tandem to catch Ahmaud Arbery? The answer is no. Matt Albenzi said that he never communicated with anyone, and based on phone records, we didn't find any communications between any of these individuals here. So by then, you would have seen the white truck pull out, and now Ahmaud Arbery is actively being pursued, or we call legally attempted to be kidnapped against his will. So I'll rewind this video here, but what you just saw, as again, I'm walking you through the progression of Ahmaud Arbery coming into the neighborhood, and then how it all concluded. But the next time we know they caught up with Ahmaud Arbery was the camera, this camera here. That's from the home residence of William Bryant. He was the third defendant with the short gray haircut. He was outside working on his boat. I'm sorry, let me go back. I missed something that was important. So when Ahmaud Arbery when he run past the McMichael's house, it's about 6 houses that way, Greg McMichael is outside working on his porch. He's doing something with his boat cushions. He looks around, he sees a black kid running, and he runs inside the house, and he tells Travis, hey, that's that kid. He's back here again. Greg runs in the house and grabs a .357 Magnum, and Travis McMichael grabs a .870 Remedy pump action shotgun. They jump in the truck, and they start to chase Ahmaud. They're chasing him here. He's trying to get away. He doesn't want to be talked to him. He doesn't want to be bothered. William Bryant, he's outside working on his porch. He turns around. He sees a white truck chasing a black kid. He yells out the truck, hey, y'all got him? He grabs his keys. He jumps in his truck. And he actively joins the pursuit or the attempted kidnapping of Ahmaud Arbery. He was interviewed multiple times. And the questions asked was, did you know who was in the truck? Did you know the guys driving the truck? He said, no. I had seen them in the neighborhood before. I didn't know their names. We did confirm that there was no communications via phone records. So they did not know each other. The only thing he saw was 2 white men driving a truck, what apparently appears to be chasing Ahmaud, chasing a black kid. So we're back to the neighborhood. The camera you just saw was from here, 307 Burford Drive, Burford Road. The next time we know they caught up with Ahmaud would have been here at the intersection of Burford and Zellwood, because Greg McMichael tells us that.
So Travis throws it, and stops. I'm in the back of the truck with that .357. Travis has got his shotgun. He gets out and says, get on ground, get on ground, get on ground, get on ground. Screaming over and over again. I said, stop. I said, I'll blow your fucking head off or something. I'm trying to convey to this guy, we're not playing,
He tells Ahmaud, stop, I'll blow your effing head off. I'm not sure many of us would stop to talk to anybody who tells us stop or I'll blow your head off. So they continue to chase Ahmaud, and then this is the video here that shows the last about 2 minutes of Ahmaud's life, what ultimately we believe to be critical evidence for both the state trial and for our federal hate crimes trial. For a minute, this is defendant William Bryant. He's going to be recording the video. We asked him, why did you record this video? And he said he was actually trying to take a picture, but instead created a video. He said he wanted to take Ahmaud's picture and put it on the neighborhood Facebook page so that people were aware this is the kid that's been back and forth in this neighborhood. So the camera's going to go down and it'll come back up. There's going to be a lot of back and forth. He's going forward, he's going backward. And again, that's indication that Ahmaud he's trying to get away from him. He does not want to be bothered by these gentlemen.
You know what? I'm going to keep on.
See how fast he has to drive to catch up with Ahmaud. So by then in the background, what you couldn't hear was The McMichaels were in the white truck. They sped past. They've now got in front of Ahmad. He's trapped between two vehicles. If I could pause it right here, you'll see Travis McMichael raise the shotgun up at Ahmad. He's about 20 yards out. Ahmad decides to fight. Ahmad collapses. Obviously, he bleeds out. He's pronounced dead within minutes. You see Travis with the shotgun. Greg McMichael was on the back of the truck. He has his pistol in his hand, and he made the statement that had he had an opportunity, he would have shot Ahmad Arbery as well, but he didn't want to mistakenly shoot his son. The first 911 call you heard, there was a black man running on the road. That phone call would have been made right before the first shot. All right, so that's kind of me walking you through pretty much the surveillance stuff that we had to put it all together. What's important about all this was that, again, the police department responds, no one's arrested. None of the officers even drew their weapon. No one was placed in handcuffs. It was kind of just, it was assumed that it was self-defense and that they were justified in their shooting. As soon as the officers were on scene, they were notified that, hey, this whole thing is on video. They gave statements later on that night. They were free to go home. They gave statements, and then for the next 3 months, they remained free. The video was posted, I believe, on the 6th. The GBI is then requested to get involved to help out. And then literally 2 days later, after the GBI got involved, the McMichaels were arrested, charged with murder, attempted kidnapping, false imprisonment, and using a firearm commission of a felony. Some of the best evidence we had to support our case was the statements given by the subjects. I'll just show you a few of them. But what you're going to hear, what's important, what you're going to hear is that many of the subjects tells the police that they have never physically observed Ahmaud Arbery in the neighborhood. They saw someone who they believed to be Ahmaud, who the FBI that we determined that we also believe to be Ahmaud Arbery, but they definitively could never point that out, and they also could never tell the law enforcement what crime did Ahmaud Arbery ever commit, because again, their defense is that they're trying to affect a citizen's arrest. He had just burglarized the home, and then now they want to put him under arrest. They want to stop and talk. They want him to stop and talk to them, something legally that he does not have to do. You're going to hear Gregor Michael many times talks about his formal police service and his work at the DA's office. So this video is about 1 minute and 15 seconds. This is the longest video I'll show you. The other ones are much shorter, but this one was very important for us in our case.
Precipitated the whole thing. I'm standing out here working on my boat cushions in the back of my truck.
Where's your...
Right over here, 230.
Okay.
Down here. This guy, who we've seen on video numerous times breaking into these other houses, he comes hauling ass down the street. I mean, he's got it hooked up.
Was he on foot?
On foot.
Okay.
On foot. I mean, he ain't jogging. He's hooked up. I run in the house. I said, Travis, the same guy that broke in the house down there.
And who's Travis?
My son. Got shot him.
Okay.
I said, come on, let's go. So Travis runs. He gets his shotgun. Because the other night, the guy stuck his hand in his pants. And so I grabbed my .37 Magnum. It was an old Glenn County PD issue, by the way, when I was cop. And so we take off. I jump in. My grandson's car seat is in the front. So we can't move it, don't have time to move it. So I kind of sit on top of it. We see him come around the corner. He's going down here. We pull up beside him. Hey, stop, we want to talk to you. And he just keeps on running. And he's looking at us. I mean, we're this close to him, you know. And he keeps on running. And then Roddy pulls out at some point. I don't remember exactly the...
You said Rodney?
Roddy.
Roddy?
R-O-D-D-Y.
Where was he?
I don't know. He lives down the street here somewhere.
Okay.
Anyway, he pulls out. We've already passed this house. I think he lives the second house down there on the left. Anyway, we've already passed this house. The guy turns around and he starts running back this way. Roddy pulls out in his truck and kind of blocks him. So I said, Travis, go back that way. He said, no, I'm going to go head him off. So sure enough, he comes around, we come back down here, and he's right here. And he starts running past us. And Travis backs up and says, hey, stop, we want to talk to you. Or something to that effect. I don't remember the exact words that was said. By this time, I'm in the back of the truck. So the guy, I mean, he's looking dead at us, you know. I mean, he's like, from me to you. And he turns and he runs. Travis gets out with the damn shotgun and runs up there. And, you know, I said, Travis, don't shoot, don't do anything. The guy turns and comes at him. And they start wrestling, and Travis shoots him around the damn chest. The guy was trying to take the shotgun away from him. He's got it on video.
Okay. All right. Do me a favor, hang tight.
Yeah, I ain't going to.
Let me go.
I would like to get his blood out. I rolled him.
I understand that.
To check his pulse.
Yep.
Or didn't roll him. I pulled his hand out because he had his hand stuck up under his head. I pulled his arm out, and then I realized he didn't have anything in his hand, and saw that this ain't gonna last long. So, is there any way I can?
Give me just a second.
Sure.
Let me get some pictures and stuff like that,
sure.
and we'll get everything taken care of, okay? Give me just a minute.
Yeah, I was chief investigator with the DA's office for 23 years.
He tells us multiple times that he was a chief investigator with the DA's office. He actually says a lot, but some of the more important things, he mentions that he tried to check Ahmad's pulse. Then he changes his story real fast and say, I actually was trying to see if he had something in his hand. It's our belief that they were hoping that they found some type of weapon to justify what they did. So in this case, this body cam is important for hate crime cases we work or color law cases. Generally, we want the body cam to match. If it's a police incident, we want the body camera to match the police report. These guys aren't law enforcement, but it's the same here. You guys just saw the video of the shooting. It doesn't really match up with what he's telling us. There was no wrestling. Travis actually points the shotgun at Ahmad when he's 20 yards back from him. He's already committed an aggravated assault, if not more, by pointing that shotgun at him. But here's Travis McMichael.
Yeah, anybody who wants to call for you?
I live right there. We've had break-ins.
Okay.
And my gun's stolen.
Okay.
And we called him the other day, and Dad was outside and saw him running by, and the neighbors pointing and everything. So
saw who running by?
Him.
Okay.
So we run out to stop him to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
He took off running. Came over here. Stopped. He come out of the truck running at us. I told him stop till he hit me. I had nothing to do. There's nothing else I can do.
I gotcha.
Yeah, he says the same. I told him stop. Then he hit me, and then I shot him, but he fails to mention that he had already pointed the shotgun at him. He was 20 yards back. Again, when you talk about hate crimes, associating one's race or religion or ethnicity with criminality is one of those biases that we can prove that motivated the actions of the subject. Here, he mentions that his gun was stolen, which is true. On New Year's Day of 2020, Travis McMichael car, there was a pistol stolen out of his car. But what was important with that was there was never any subjects identified. He never gave any information of who he believed did it. It is only now that he's telling the police in February that he believed that this black kid with no evidence at all is the person that stole the gun out of his car. So that was important for us in trying to prove, again, exactly what motivated these guys to chase him. I'm gonna skip past this one. He pretty much says the same thing. What was important here is that Roddy says, I was on my porch. I saw the car. I yelled out, "Hey, y'all got him." One of the most ridiculous things that we uncovered through all of this was him saying that, because at the state murder trial, his attorney actually argued that what Roddy did was the most American thing done, and that what any American would do. But the reality of it is, the district attorney argued that, yeah, if he was yelling out to the kid who's being chased, "Hey, do you need help?" We believe that would have been more American than yelling out to two folks in a car that you have no clue who it is. So just to summarize some of those videos, again, some of the things you've heard, everything that they said, we tried to vet. They said it was all these home invasions and that their neighborhood was under attack. I think like many of some of our neighborhoods, we may have some type of Facebook page that where you share things that are for sale. If there's something weird, yeah, hey, be on the lookout, this car. They had one of those too in Cecilia Shores. No one ever posted anything about Ahmaud Arbery. He mentions home invasions. We went back for 2 years prior to this incident, and there was only one incident where they called for service that there was any type of burglary or theft, and that was in January when Travis McMichael had his gun stolen out of his car. There was zero evidence that anyone's home was being burglarized in the Cecilia Shores neighborhood. Again, he said we had multiple car thefts. What he was trying to say was that, hey, my car was broken into. But again, I don't know who did it, but now I believe this black kid did it. And again, through all of our digging, we went back maybe 5 years previous to this. We didn't find any police reports, anything where Ahmaud Arbery was ever charged, or even a suspect, or even a witness of any crime in Cecilia. There was just no evidence that Ahmaud Arbery had ever committed any crime within the Cecilia Shores neighborhood. For this here is just Travis telling us that, again, I've never seen this person.
You reported your gun stolen previously, right?
Yes, sir, January 1st.
Okay, you ever met this guy before?
I have never met him.
Was that the same guy this time that you saw a week and a half ago?
I'm almost 100% certain, yes, sir. Same build.
All right, 2 weeks, this is February of 20. 2 weeks prior to this, there is video of Ahmaud Arbery back in the house again. It's about 8 o'clock at night. It's pitch black dark. Travis McMichael does drive by the home, and he believes he sees a person in there. And what he did proper that night was that he actually did call the police. There's a police record of that. But again, the police arrived, they never found the person in the house. So Travis McMichael, again, he's telling the police here, hey, that's the same person I saw the other night. That's not accurate. It's the person he believed he saw the other night, but definitely what he's doing is he's creating a narrative that that's the same guy I saw the other night. He goes on to say that the other night I saw him, he had his hand in his waistband, stuff that factually we couldn't prove.
It was horrible. Let me straight up ask you, did you think it was going to end that way? Hell no. No. When I came and got Travis, I saw the guy running down the street. He wasn't jogging. He was hauling ass. I mean, he was getting it. And so I thought, he's either running from somebody, he's just done something. He might have hurt somebody or whatever, because, this guy's been in and out of that damn one house over and over and over again. Yeah. Got him on videos and everything.
So again, without any evidence, he tells the police here, he believed that Ahmaud Arbery either just hurt somebody or just did something because how fast he was running through the neighborhood. And again, associating one's characteristics here, Ahmaud Arbery, associating the black guy with criminality, that he just did something. He has no inclination of what is it that you think he just did. But that's what he's telling law enforcement. Roddy?
So even if the past instances weren't videoed, have you seen this dude in the neighborhood at all before?
I have not seen him.
Okay. Do you know of him being involved in any past instances?
No, I know of, no.
Okay.
I mean, I just hear tell of stuff that's been happening around the neighborhood. Nobody's said anything.
Okay.
I have not heard of it with black or white people, whatever has been breaking in. I just know stuff has been happening.
Okay.
Between us and Royal Oaks.
I gotcha. The decedent, do you know if he, not necessarily you seeing him involved in criminal activity there, have you ever seen him in the neighborhood for anything?
Never seen him before in my life.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, never seen him before a day in my life. No evidence, again, that he's ever done anything wrong. All right, so now, again, when in hate crimes, we look at the facts and we ask ourselves, if you leave all the facts the same of what happened, but you change a characteristic or two of the victim, would this have happened the exact same way it happened? So but for Ahmaud Arbery's race, would this have happened the way it did? And we conclude that absolutely not, that his race was a big factor in what motivated these guys. And the reason we know that is because all these times I'm telling you that Ahmaud Arbery was at this house, the McMichaels and the 5 houses that we pointed out, the homeowner was sharing surveillance footage of the person in the house. And one thing that was important that we know he shared with them was a video of a white couple who went into the house, and that these gentlemen was not as enthused to figure out who the white couple was. They were pretty much focused on who the black kid was. We talked to the homeowner, and what he said was, somebody asked, well, why are there cameras there on the home under construction anyway? There was some water behind the house, and he was fearful of any liability with kids going onto the property and maybe drowning. So he put up cameras just to kind of monitor his property. And when we interviewed Mr. English, he told us that there's only one time I actually believe anything was ever stolen from my property, and that's when the white couple came on the property with a bag, and there were some things that were missing after the fact. And again, more importantly, that these videos, again, were shared with the McMichaels. This is from November of 19. Ahmaud Arbery, we believe to be, he's gonna leave out of the house. He's almost dressed the exact same way he was in February the following year. And he's just gonna take off running unprovoked the exact same way he did the day he was murdered. He's wearing almost the exact same outfit. He's running the same way he did, which would have been towards the McMichaels' house. This video here is the white couple. They come in with a bag. They're kind of hanging out. They stay for a while. And it was during this incident where Mr. English told us this is the only time he actually believed anything was ever stolen out of the property. So now, kind of walk you through how we got here, and all of our evidence kind of building up to support a hate crime. Some of the things we also did, we interviewed everyone. This was during COVID. COVID had just started. So I think we went home for maybe a week, and then we were right back at work. So we did a bunch of interviews to kind of get a deep dive into all 3 subjects. We did multiple search warrants we wanted their cell phones that they had on them at the time. We wanted their download the memory of the two pickup trucks that was involved to see how fast they were driving, the directions they were turning, their cell phones, their social media. They had Facebook, some Instagram stuff, and then also we put a lot of folks in the grand jury. This case, it took about 14 months to investigate. Our grand jury took 6 months, so for 3 or 4 days a month, we would travel to Statesboro to have grand jury to testify in support of an indictment. Took a bit, but eventually we got there. So what I'm going to do is just kind of walk you through real quick some of the, Ms. Bosserman talked about earlier, some of the racial animus, some of the things that we would use to support what motivated these guys. The first thing you're going to hear is Roddy, there's an interview he gave to the GBI, which he tells us what he heard Travis McMichael say after the shooting.
I didn't recall this till the next day. I did not tell in the original report, but Travis said, fucking nigger. Sorry.
No.
All right.
I appreciate you being honest.
And then Travis, or maybe at the same time, I don't know. I mean, I stopped videoing, obviously. Okay.
Travis said that after you stopped the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so he tells the GBI that as soon as he stopped recording the video, that Travis McMichael expressed and called Ahmaud Arbery an F and N word. We wanted to use this at trial. We had to introduce it, obviously, through Roddy. So there were some negotiations going on if he would take the stand and tell the jury what he heard. He couldn't really have the come to Jesus moment with himself to want to testify, in this case against Travis, let him know. So we shared that, but it was something that we were never able to introduce fully at court. We did some search warrants for the phones. We said, well, let's see if Travis actually speaks like that. So in the green is Travis McMichael. He's having a conversation with a person we've redacted for their privacy. If you can't see it, it says full moon brings out the worst of those savages. He's talking about African Americans. He says, yeah, somebody says, I'll say so, that's pretty scary. And Travis says, I hate those bastards. They ruin everything. This is in December of 2019. Someone responds, seriously, you can't feel safe doing anything. Travis goes on to say, my cousin so-and-so, uncle, the granddaughter is knocked up pregnant by her hood N-word boyfriend. He says, so that's neat. There's another conversation where Travis says, they ruin everything. Again, he's talking about African Americans. He says, that's why I love what I do now, not an N-word in sight. The person says, haha, what do you do now? I'm a government contractor, driving boats for the Navy and the Marine Corps. I love it. 0 N-words work with me. That was in March of 2019. This video was shared with Travis, how many of us share funny videos with our friends and family now.
Look at this dude. Wait till you see the... no, 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 no. Look at the top of his head.
So that video was shared on Instagram with Travis from his best friend. And Travis McMichael's response to that video was that he said, I'll kill that effing N-word. Greg McMichael, he was older. He didn't have a lot of social media. He had Facebook. I mentioned earlier that he used his son's cell phone on the day of the murder. He didn't have his cell phone present. We tried to get a search warrant for his phone. It was authorized, but we could not get into his phone because of the security of it. It's going to take so long, but we figured we had other evidence. So our theory of the case was that it was argued beautifully by, this case was again prosecuted by Bobby Bernstein. She's the chief deputy of civil rights at DOJ. She's amazing. Tara Lyons was our lead prosecutor, and then Chris Parris, he's a special litigator with DOJ. But our theory of this case was that these guys were racial vigilantes, that these guys were harnessed different types of hate, racial animus, resentment for African Americans, and that they also acted like vigilantes, taking the law into their own hand. We've just found some of that to support that on Greg McMichael's Facebook. He posted these on his Facebook page. Here it says, a gun in the hand is worth more than the entire police force on the phone. So when we saw that, that is exactly what happened. Instead of calling the police, they took it into his own hands. Greg McMichael posted this. There was a Facebook group titled Monkeys That Elected Obama. He posted here, you expect the same people who elected our current commander-in-chief to vote to remove all the current legislators at once. It's more likely that this was Greg's words, those monkeys will be elected. Maybe that's not such a bad scenario after all. So we believe if we would have gotten his cell phone, we would have found a lot more of this. William Bryan, the date is 2/19/2020. This is the day before. This is 4 days before the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery. Roddy Bryan is in green. Someone texts him, says, you see the girl on Instagram, Snapchat or whatever. He says in the green, this is William Bryan, yeah, she has her N-word now. I've been calling that for a while now, not surprised. And then he changes the subject. 4 days before the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery, William Bryan had just found out that his Caucasian daughter was dating an African-American man. And he absolutely, for lack of a better words, hated it. So this is a conversation he's having with her mom, who lived in Costa Rica at the time. January 20th of 2020 was Martin Luther King Day, and this was a text message that he shared with a friend. He said, happy Boot Lip Day. At the time, I didn't know what that meant, but we had our analysts and folks that are smarter than I am kind of do some digging and figure out what that term meant, but essentially it was used during slave times to equate black people's lips were shaped like or resembled the sole of a boot. So this here is, this is the day after the shooting. Roddy texts, this is the mother of his daughter. He says, I kind of read all this yesterday, but had a very eventful day around here, so could not really process it. But it sounds like she doesn't give a F what you think. Again, it's the day after the shooting. He has a very eventful day. It was that he was just involved in a murder. She goes on to say, because if she's dating the black guy, there is signs of sociopath. She has no conscience and regard for others. She's so hurt by the lack of concern. I mean, how long has she been so in love with this dude that she shuns her family? She goes on to say, big shootout in Cecilia Shores, huh? She's referencing the shooting from the day before. And she says, when I saw the person shot to death in Cecilia Shores, I assume your introduction to your son-in-law didn't go so well. So she's making a joke that Roddy was more than likely involved in the shooting. She knew that it was a black man who had been murdered, and she equated that he had been introduced to his son-in-law and it didn't go so well. So we wrap all that together with all of the evidence. Again, our argument was they were vigilantes made by hate. We went to grand jury, we got an indictment. All three were charged with hate crime. We talked about the difference here. We charged 245 that Ahmaud Arbery had a federally protected right to be exactly where he was on the public street, and that those guys were motivated because of the race of Ahmaud to seek him out. They were also charged with attempted kidnapping, trying to contain him against his will, and also use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. So just kind of some of the headlines. This was kind of, for us, it was kind of good and bad that we were learning a lot about our case through the news and online. The good thing was that we got a lot of leads with some of the media coverage. That a lot of folks who were connected with the McMichaels, they both served in the military previously. So we were getting tips that, yep, Travis McMichael has always been racist. We figured that he would do something like this one day. One person reached out and told us. So we're like, yep, want to interview that person. Just kind of scouring online, things of that sort. So this was just some of the national attention that our case was here. We went to trial. Trial lasted 3 weeks. The government called 30 witnesses to defense. As we know, didn't have to put on any defense, but they chose to. And they called one witness on support of all three defendants. And eventually, deliberations lasted about less than a day. I think they started deliberating at 5, so they did 1 hour, came back the next day, first thing in the morning. Found all three guilty on all counts. This was a closing argument I like to read from Greg Paris. He said, when Greg McMichael saw Ahmaud Arbery, this is him delivered it in front of the jury. When Greg McMichael saw Ahmaud Arbery jogging by his house, and Greg suspected that Ahmaud was up to no good, he didn't grab his phone, call the police. He grabbed his son and his gun. He chased after him. He said, Brian assumed that the black guy must be the bad guy. Again, he's the one who yelled out, hey, y'all got him. He assumed that the black guy must be the bad guy and the white guys were the good guys. He says, when you peel away the defendant's excuses and you follow the evidence, it wasn't about trespassing. It wasn't about neighborhood crime. It was about race. Racial assumptions, racial resentment, and racial anger. He says all three defendants saw a young black man in their neighborhood and they thought the worst of him. And as he was delivering that, for many of us kind of felt the chills, and we would talk about how once we got the guilty verdict, and many times I reflect on the part that I played in this, and my entire team, and we talk about trauma and hate and pain, and I know for me, and what my experience had to do a lot to reform my mental state after working this case because of living in that environment during that time. My daughter was in school at the time, and there were some things that had been going on that was very unsettling at the time. So some of the, I'll end with this. Some of the legislative reform, there was 2 things that happened post murder of Ahmaud Arbery in the state of Georgia. In 2020, Georgia was one of the last 4 or 5 states that didn't have any hate crime statute, any legislation on the books. That changed in June when they signed House Bill 426, which acts as an enhancement for anyone convicted, as an enhancement for those who seek out their victim because of a protected characteristic. Excuse me. And then in May of 21, someone gave a history. We were talking about citizens' arrest and how it came about, and that's really what it was. For citizens to have the authority to capture runaway slaves. That's what the defendants argued. They were trying to affect the citizen arrest here. So in the state of Georgia, under very limited circumstances, that statute has been repealed, that no citizen can effectively arrest another under limited circumstances. So that picture right there is outside of the federal courthouse in Brunswick. Right after the guilty verdicts, they went out and met with the media. In the blue is Ms. Wanda Cooper-Jones, that's Ahmaud's mom. And in the middle, that's Attorney Ben Crump, and then to the right is Marcus Arbery Sr., Ahmaud's dad. One of the things that I always take away from this case is the impact. When we talk about civil rights, we talk about impact. And for all of us that were involved in this case, the impact felt on the community afterwards was insurmountable. It was overwhelming, and we haven't talked to the family immediately after. They were super thankful for the work that the FBI did. And I'll never forget Ahmaud's aunt telling us that. She said when the FBI got involved, as soon as the FBI got involved, I knew that we would get justice for Ahmaud. So that sits with me daily as I do my colleagues. When we're in the office working civil rights, that's what we're fighting for. We're fighting for justice for those that are victims of senseless acts just because of a particular characteristics about them. So with that, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Skylar. Wow. So sobering. So a couple of things. We're going to have to take a break after that. It'll be brief, but we will have to. We started this, learning about Emmett Till in 1955 and these hate crimes that went all the way up to the Tops supermarket shooting in 2022 and the trauma all those years that have gone on really since we learned 1619. So there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot of trauma associated with crime and hate, and we have learned that, and really in the last couple of days. And so knowing that the goal of this conference is to bring law enforcement and the community together to encourage a stronger, more transparent bond and a greater opportunity for understanding, accountability, and healthy engagement, I think we're off to a good start. I'm getting a quick note. Okay. We don't need a 5-minute break. Okay. We are not getting a 5-minute break. The big question now, though, for all of us is what's next. And that's what this next panel will unpack. Our moderator will be Keith McKindle. Keith is the Director of Career Services, a JD candidate at Miles College. He is the Alabama District Governor for Kiwanis International. You can read his full profile by scanning the QR code. I want to point out that he knows about trauma, though. Prior to coming to Alabama, he spent 9 years supporting the Hurricane Katrina recovery in New Orleans. His panelists are some familiar faces and names that you may know, and I will call them, and all of you can go on up and start taking your spaces. First person on the panel, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Carlton Peoples, we know him, our host. The U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama, Prim Escalona, another of our hosts. Deputy Chief LaQuaylen Parham Mack of the Birmingham Police Department, Assistant Chief. And Jefferson County Bessemer Cutoff District Attorney Lanice Washington. And for all of them, if you're interested in learning more about them, you can scan the QR code to read their full bios. I am going to turn the program over now to Keith McKindle as he asks the panelists the question that I just presented. What's next?
Good afternoon, everyone. As with Special Barnes, Agent Barnes alluded to, this is hollow ground. I just take a second to say on behalf of Miles College, which played an intricate part of the Children's March. There's markers on the college. We're founded in 1898, now only HBCU in the Birmingham area. President Bobby Knight, who's our current president, now dean, brings you greetings. As we said, this is hollow ground. For myself, my father was an internal revenue agent, a special agent that did public corruption in New Orleans. So for this crowd, for everyone, it is good to be with you because you represent the best that this country has to offer, and thank you. For my father, he marched in the 60s. He was arrested in 61, and for him, the catalyst of that, and I know I'm taking a second, but I want to say this. The catalyst for him was Birmingham and his church. And I'm gonna give you a quote that he said that I live with because it's brought with it the next generation. My father said, if children can be arrested in Birmingham for civil rights, as far as he was concerned in New Orleans, college students can do the same. So with that, I'll transition. And as we'll go through the panelists, as they've been introduced, and so we'll go through questions, and normally with these formats, you go one by one. We won't do that with this one. So question number one, Special Agent Peoples, what are the key, we'll start with you, what are some of the key challenges faced by law enforcement when it comes to investigating and prosecuting civil rights violations?
Well, first of all, let me say good afternoon, and it's certainly a pleasure to be with each and every one of you, and thank you for taking the time to be intentional in your actions and participating in making sure the civil rights of all are not abridged. When we talk about the challenges of law enforcement, for me, I grew up in a small town called Union, South Carolina. So the challenges for me is trust, is building relationships, and making sure that everything that we do is intentional and not transactional. When you're dealing with communities of color that have suffered for a long time of being viewed as different or less than, and law enforcement was part of that view and action, some of those action against the communities that we are talking about, it comes down to trust, genuine and sincerity, and being intentional about what you do. So I think that's the first barrier. And then the second barrier is how do you build upon that and build those relationships? And you have to get out in the community and educate and inform about what civil rights, whether it's color of law, hate crimes, what it is, how it impacts the community, and what we can do together to move forward.
Thank you. With that, we'll transition to District Attorney Escalona.
Same question or new
Same
question?
Same question.
Same question. So to echo what the SAC said, I think it is a matter of trust, but it's also a matter of getting people to report hate crimes and hate incidents. And a lot of times what we find is that we aren't hearing about those incidents in a timely manner where we can actually investigate. And so if we hear about it, the sooner we hear about it, the more we can do. And so it's educating folks on what is a hate crime, but we also want to tell people, go ahead and call the FBI, call my office, call Lanice, call BPD, and report it. The worst thing that can happen is someone tells you, I'm sorry, we can't prosecute it. The best thing that can happen is that we can prosecute it, we can investigate it. And so we really want to encourage people to report those incidences and those hate crimes, and also being out in underserved communities, because there's so much fear of reporting, and just to know that we hold those reports very carefully, and that it is not, we know that it is very difficult for a community to report a crime or a potential crime, and we have folks on our staff that work with witnesses and with victims, and we want to reach out into those communities and do that, but the first step is actually hearing about those incidents from the community.
Awesome. Thank you. Next, Assistant Chief Mack.
Same question?
Same question. Yes, ma'am. If you need me to repeat, I'm fine.
Good afternoon. I definitely echo the responses from both SAC Peoples and U.S. Attorney Escalona. But I would also add that maybe making sure the resources are there, making sure our community members know how to report, how to follow up with the detectives, and how that process actually looks, because oftentimes in any situation, we just either have low victim-witness cooperation, and so we don't have the information that we need to move forward in the investigation. So making sure that they have the access to whether it's online tools or transportation to wherever they need to go to report the violation, just making sure that the resources are there, in addition to encouraging them, building the trust, encouraging them to cooperate throughout the entire process.
Thank you. Same question, District Attorney Washington.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is such an honor to be here and to sit here with my esteemed colleagues. I'm a graduate of Miles Law School, so love Miles Golden Bears. But, you know, a lot of this is not just civil rights, is not just hate crimes. A lot of those violations come from other areas. But the challenges, and I echo what has already been said, evidence, lack of evidence, witness intimidation, a lot of bias in our justice system. And with that, and overall, just fear, just plain old fear. Because we, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the DA's office, FBI, you probably have more resources, but we really can't protect those individuals when they come out and speak out. We can tell them, you know, talk to us, we'll make sure that nothing happens to you, but when they leave out of our doors, they have to go back home. So there's a sense of distrust and an overall gripping sense of fear. So not to just say the same things everyone else has said, I strongly agree, but I think fear is one of the challenges that we face, because due to fear, you don't have any cooperation with the community.
Thank you. Our next question is, how can individuals and organizations work together to protect each other's civil rights? With that, we'll start with District Attorney Escalona.
Sure. I think that partnerships are so important, and that's what you'll hear. I'm a little bit like a broken record on that score. The folks from my office will tell you that we talk about partnerships a lot, and we try to do that at the federal level, but one thing we always try to do is work with our state and local law enforcement partners and also our community partners, because our office is small and our resources are sometimes small, and we love to partner with people to make a bigger impact. And I think that one thing that I said when I first came into this job is, if you invite me, I will come. And I think that the folks on the stage at least can tell you that I will come every time you ask me to be somewhere. And so I always encourage folks who are part of community groups just to ask. We are always happy to come, to bring resources, to have those hard conversations, and to be in the room, because a lot of times it's about being in the room and being willing to listen. I tell my folks all the time, you may not always like what I can and can't do, but you're always going to feel heard. And I think that's true in the community, that everyone deserves to be heard, and we will do the best that we can at all times, but it's always about building those bridges and building those partnerships and those community relations, and that's always a priority for our office.
Thank you. Special Agent Peoples?
I'm going to echo a lot that Prim just stated. First of all, if you ask us, we will come. I think the first week I got here last February, we were invited to a small church north of Birmingham, and we've been going out ever since. And I think you can see the importance of it, whether it's somebody, I'm blessed to have ASAC DeLoatch, who's has a great civil rights background. And you saw that we have an entire unit that traveled down from FBI headquarters to come and support. So even if we can't do it locally, we have a national set of people that are willing to come out and engage with the community where you are at. So we will meet you where you're at to have these discussions that make our country better. What I talked about yesterday, just briefly during my opening, is the Directorate talked about 3 of his 4 pillars. Well, I talked about 3 of his 4 pillars: people, process, partnerships. So having the right people in place to educate people about civil rights is number 1, and we have that. So ask us. We will be more than happy to come out and engage with you at any point and at any time. Partnerships. It is extremely important for us. I think Directorate talked about it yesterday. We have 174 agents working civil rights to protect 325 million Americans. We can't do that alone. We need everyone from local, state, and federal levels to make sure that we're engaging in I know my people are probably tired of me talking about this, but I talk about transactional partnerships and intentional partnerships. I don't want to go out and shake your hand and say how you're doing and don't follow up. I want what we do to be intentional. So if we're going to have a meeting, then we need to have a follow-up meeting. We need to find out what came out of that meeting, where we're going to go next. So everything has to be intentional, because you're not going to gain trust unless it's intentional. Then the last part is the process. This is part of the process of having these engagements and conversations about where do we go from here. So those are the 3 things I want people to take away. We are willing and able to meet you wherever you're at to have these discussions.
Awesome. District Attorney Washington, same question.
Well, I'm usually the person that call and my friends come, but I've often been called as well, and I will come. You know, we live in a community of limited resources. My office is very small in numbers, and I love to have the alphabets behind me, the FBI, ATF, because it's strength in numbers. And where one organization may be lacking in resources, then you help the other, and together you're able to make some things change. You're able to move the needle. One of the things that we have to do, we have to understand that we live in a democratic society, which means that we are the people that make decisions, and we are the people who have to understand that everyone don't think alike. And we have to accept the differeces of other people and learn from that. And when we learn that, then we can move together. But it's just so much easier when you are trying to address the community, when you're trying to make things happen, when you collaborate with other people. You learn so much. You gain more resources than what you have in your own home, and it's just better.
Awesome. And Chief Matt?
Well, they've said it all. But I would just piggyback off of being intentional. I would piggyback off being intentional. So I was going to say consistency, you know, just when you establish those relationships, being consistent, following through, following up, and sustaining them. Because oftentimes, I believe from experience that some community members feel that things are, oh, this is just for now, this is just a season, but you won't always be here, or this resource won't always be here. So that plays a factor in their trust. And so I believe if we give them a little bit more consistency and follow through and follow up, then that's gonna give us the sustainability and hopefully the lifelong partnerships. In addition to that, I would say training on both sides. You know, awareness, you can never have too much of it. For our officers, we're constantly evaluating our academy curriculum, just trying to see is there anything that we can give them on the front end to prevent issues throughout their career that could have been prevented. So a combination of awareness, training, and consistency.
Well, Chief, on the front side, I don't want you to feel slighted, so you're going to get the next question first. So, how does technology hurt and hinder civil rights investigations?
So, the Birmingham Police Department, our Real-Time Crime Center was launched in 2021, October of 2021. It's been a game changer. And I actually brought a few flyers, only 20, so we can kind of share them. But I did bring a few different flyers, and it just shows, I'm sorry, here you go. Thank you. Some of the stats. So our Real-Time Crime Center staff, they've assisted detectives and officers with over 1,200 cases. So not only as the officers en route to calls, is giving them additional information, real-time information, to give them that situational awareness that can help alter maybe their response to a particular call. In addition to, we know we've discussed, a lot of people don't want to be involved, you know. I saw it, I may know something, but I just don't want to be involved because I have to go back into this community. So I fear retaliation. I fear someone doing something to me. And so this is why we have my second flyer, Connect Birmingham. So we'll pass this one around too. So Connect Birmingham is our latest initiative, and we're just really encouraging our community to join forces with us, collaborate with us. We don't want to know what's going on inside your home. We just really want to see what's going on the street and in the alley behind your house. We want to have eyes everywhere so we're able to quickly prosecute cases and obtain information that people may not be willing to come forward and share with us. Oftentimes the surveillance, it speaks for itself. And so Connect Birmingham is our latest initiative, is great, but in regards to your question, so it can hinder, because I'm sure many of you have read that people feel that it's biased. You know, some of the algorithms are jaded towards certain races or classes, the minorities specifically. So the algorithms are always a concern, and then people feel that some communities are more over-policed than others. So there's a variation that goes into technology, but I would just encourage you that at the Birmingham Police Department, we're using technology in the right way, and it's really helping us to make our community safer.
Next, District Attorney Washington.
I would echo and agree with you as well and what has been said so far, since you're the first one. But you know, technology is great, and when it works for you, is wonderful. But right now, you know, there was a time when police investigators were able to just get information, submit subpoenas, dump phones, and get all kinds of information to help in investigating a matter. Now, with trying to protect digital privacy, is hard. You have to get through the encryption, and I'm just talking about the technical part of it. You have to get through the encryption, so collecting evidence is hard sometimes with today's technology. We love Facebook, we love Snapchat and Instagram, and we love paying bills over the internet, but we also want our privacy. We want to make sure our information is safe, which means that either you're going to have real rigid rules so your information will be safe, or it's got to be some way to help police officers, law enforcement, to get information that is needed to investigate cases. So that is the challenge. You have one way that your information is protected, but then in other ways, the collecting the data, technology is great. We've enhanced in analyzing and collecting data and information, but when it sometimes comes to extracting that information, that becomes a hindrance. So it is important, again, we go back to people. We have to rely on the community to talk to us and tell us. I can't do my job in prosecuting cases without working with law enforcement. Law enforcement, once they collect their information, their evidence, they have to bring it to the U.S. Attorney's Office or the DA's office, and we have to work together. So working, again, collaborations, working together helps. The community helps. We cannot do it without you guys. And I understand the gripping fear sometimes of speaking out, but because of technology, the great technology we have, we still need that human factor.
Thank you. U.S. Attorney Escalona.
Sure. I'm not like Lenice. I hate technology because I have small children and all they want to do is ask me when they can get a phone, and so I hate it altogether. But I think what you're hearing is there are good things about it when you come to law enforcement. If you just think about Skylar's presentation, you know, he was able to prove some of the elements of the case using text messages that were pulled off of those individuals' phones, using videos and responses that were pulled off of Facebook and Instagram. And so, of course, it's so important in cases, like Lenny said, to have that information and to be able to really use that kind of evidence in a way to prove a lot of times things that are very difficult, elements that are very difficult to prove. I hate to say it, but everybody's worried about government surveillance, and we all have iPhones, so I hate to break it to you, but Apple is surveilling you at all times. And if you don't believe me, say something and look on your Instagram, and you'll see that you just got an ad for whatever it was that you mentioned. But, we use it in investigations all the time with putting people in certain places and figuring out where they were and what they were doing and who they were talking to. And so it's hugely helpful. But I also think, of course, it has a downside, in addition to the downside it has in my family. But it has the downside, too, and it comes, I think, to hate crimes and civil rights, because it platforms people that don't always need a platform and a bullhorn. And they can say things online, and they can say it behind anonymous names. SAC people, as I quoted you this morning, I don't know if you were here for it, but it's my favorite quote of yours of all time, which is, "It's hard to hate up close," which is, I think, is what your grandmother said. It is really easy to hate online. It is really easy to hate when you don't have to sign your real name to it. And because of that, it gives people platforms, and it amplifies platforms, and those people all find each other. And it can gin people up, and it can really lead to a lot of civil rights violations, a lot of hate crimes that come out of people getting each other riled up on the internet. And so I think that it has wonderful aspects when we're investigating crimes, but it also is a very dangerous tool in the hands of some individuals.
Thank you. Special Agent Peoples?
I too agree. I think technology is great, but I want to follow up on 3 parts of it that I think can have a negative connotation for us. Number one is the advancement of AI. As we move forward, AI is going to become a challenge for us in all aspects of what we do, and particularly as it relates to civil rights, because right now, I'll spend a little time on TikTok or something else right now every once in a while, but when you're on there, there are things that are going to come to you based off of what you're searching and what and what your profile is. But when you look on, there are some things that can be created through artificial intelligence that aren't true, and that are going to gin up the people that are going to make them come together and band together to maybe try to attack a narrative that isn't there. So AI is going to be a challenge for us, regardless of what criminal violation that you work. Second part, the expectations of when you go to trial. Right now, everybody expects it to be on video. Everybody expects it to be recorded. There was a time when law enforcement went on the stand and said this happened. That was enough. And I don't know if that's the same anymore. I don't think you can just go on and just because the FBI said it, just because Birmingham PD said it, that's enough. Everybody's going to ask the question, why is it not on video? Why didn't you record it? So there's some challenges there. And I think the last thing is it has an opportunity to have a hands-off approach with the Ring doorbell cameras, with some of the cameras that we have, poll cameras, or any type of technology you're utilizing to advance investigations. People feel like, well, you have all that you need, so you don't need us to get involved. And that's actually the last thing that we want, because despite all the great investigators and prosecutors that we have, we can't do any of this without you, without the public, without the people. So you play the most important role of helping us address the threats that face us.
Thank you. And so we'll transition to our next question, starting with District Attorney Washington. What role does education play in promoting awareness and investigation in civil rights violations?
Education is pivotal in every aspect of life. When we educate in terms of the civil rights violations, there are so many, and I said that before, so many different civil rights violations. You not just only have hate crimes, you have sexual orientation, you have gender, race bias, you have inequalities to health care, inequality or unbalanced ways to vote. So educating our community about those things, because, again, we are all different, and we have to accept those differences and work within this democratic society together. But education is key. That's the only way we're going to be able to, again, move the needle forward. We have to talk. We have to talk. We have to collaborate with one another, with different agencies, so we can, as a force, bring information to the community. I'm just one that believes in staying in the community and educating the community. Today is runoff election. And there are so many people that don't even know that today is an election day. So when we talk about education don't have to be some big, grandiose presentation. It's just a sharing of information of things that you know to someone else to make things better.
Thank you. Chief Matt?
Will you repeat the question? I got so involved in her response.
No worries, that's what I'm here for. What role does education play in promoting awareness and investigating civil rights violations?
So definitely the education part. And again, for us, training our officers, we've extended our academy from 20 weeks to 22 weeks just to make sure that we have that additional time. They follow that with a 16-week field training program with another officer that they're going to work with. So I just echo the education and how critical it is, hopefully in the preventive phase of violations.
Thanks, Chief. U.S. Attorney Escalona?
So, of course, education is hugely important. We talked this morning about the efforts that we go out into high schools and colleges to do it. But one thing, too, I think it's important to remember is that sometimes we see discrimination and discriminatory effects where there's not necessarily always a discriminatory intent. And so education helps bring that to people to light. And I'll use an example. For example, we've talked a lot about criminal civil rights. We also deal on the civil side of our office with civil rights enforcement. And that includes things like house appraisals. Because what tends to sometimes happen is that appraisers appraise houses differently depending on what community lives in that area. And so a lot of times that's done without criminal or discriminatory intent by the appraiser. They just don't realize always what is happening and what they are doing. And so a lot of what we try to do is education about that so that house appraisals are done in a fair and non-discriminatory manner. Because it's so important that all individuals in the community are able to buy a home and have that home appraised for the value of the home and not be a reflection of a discriminatory assessment or a discriminatory process. So things like that, things like redlining and making sure that banks and mortgage companies are fairly offering their products to all individuals in the community. So we do education both on the civil rights and the criminal civil rights side, but also on the civil rights side, so that everyone in our community can have access to housing, to voting, to fair financial products. And so that's really important in our office as well.
Thank you. Special Agent Peoples?
I mean, we'll certainly echo what everyone has said about education, and I think we do it in a variety of different ways at the FBI. A couple of them, when we have a collegiate academy that we've invited numerous universities in the Birmingham AOR, which extends for the most part Northern Alabama, Montgomery North, that come in for a day and get a real immerse training of what the FBI is like and cover a lot of ground there. We do it with a teen academy. We do the same thing when we invite teenagers in to come and get a great grasp of what the FBI, we just had both of those here within the last week, and I'm going to be traveling to Huntsville as soon as I leave here today. We have a Citizens Academy up in Huntsville. It's a 6 to 8 week immersion program with the FBI where people come in from 6 to 9 every Tuesday to talk about, to get a briefing on one particular aspect of what we're doing in the FBI. We have 2 a year, so I'm going to go ahead and throw that out there right now for anybody that is interested in participating next September, October of 2024. We will have a Citizens Academy here in Birmingham. We just had one last fall. It will be advertised, but again, you come to our building 6 to 8 weeks out of a year and get taught about different programs within the FBI. So I want to make sure that we're leaning forward, that we're being proactive, because it's not a matter of when, a matter of if. It's a matter of when it's going to happen in our AOR, where a significant hate crime or a significant color of law incident is going to take place. And we're going to need the partnerships. We're going to need the people that are in this room and everybody to be educated to tap down potential violence, because they're not aware of what's taking place. So for us, it's about leaning forward, being proactive, and educating. So when something does take place, we can tie all this back together. We've brought the people in, we've built the partnerships, and we've established the process. And then we got trust with the community that if we say, hey, give us a second, there's more to this than that meets the eye. We can't talk about it right now, but give us a second. But when you've educated and you've built that trust, then hopefully that will allow that to take place instead of violence taking place. Because again, it's just a matter of when, not if.
Well, thank you on that one. And you did so good on that last question. You get the first one, and it's similar to the one you have, which is, how can a community assist in civil rights investigation?
Stand up. I mean, to me, is that simple. I kind of, and this is just not a civil rights conversation. This is a criminal conversation. We're only as good as the community we serve. Despite how talented, and we got some talented investigators, we got some talented analysts and professional staff. We got all type of national and regional assets that we can bring to bear to help our local, state, and law enforcement partners. But if people don't talk to us, if people don't trust us, if people don't engage us, then there's very little we can do, because we're going to be reactive in everything that we do. And so we want the engagement. We want to find ways to find common ground, to move forward before something takes place. So my challenge, and I know it's difficult, is to stand up and look for ways to be courageous, just like the people that came before us. We're setting in the bedrock of civil rights in Birmingham. And a lot of people stood up. You talk about the foot soldiers and everybody that was here before us. We got to find the courage to stand up, just like the people that came before us stood up to make a difference.
Thank you, for sure. U.S. Attorney Escalona?
Okay. Now, how do you follow that, right? But I think one thing too, and just to kind of hearken a little bit back to the education question, we talk a lot about how we educate the community and how we go out and do things, but I think what's really important is how the community educates us. And so I have a rule in my office that we speak truth to power, and so I have people who tell me exactly what they think. They're sitting right there. And so that's part of like what I think is important for the community is when we come out, we need you to tell us what is going on, not just when it's a crime, but we need you to tell us what you're seeing. And sometimes those are hard conversations, and I understand they're hard conversations, and they're often hard things to tell someone who doesn't look like you and who doesn't have the background that you have. But we want to hear those, and quite frankly, we need to hear that from the community, because it's that level of understanding that helps inform when we can take those prosecutions, when we can do those investigations. And a lot of why we do the things that we do in our office is because we hear from folks in the community, and when it's important to you and you convey that to us, it becomes important to us. And so in addition to the standing up and the telling us when something happens, tell us even the small things so that we can have a better understanding of what is going on in your communities, in your neighborhoods, so that maybe we can come to a place where we can also see and help and support in a way that is really going to kind of move that ball forward.
Awesome. Chief Mack?
Will you repeat the question?
By all means, yes, ma'am. How can the community assist in civil rights investigations?
So definitely of course, the education piece, but the community engagement. So I see Deputy Chief Sheila Finney, she's in the crowd, and she's really big on community engagement. And so we believe that that's the foundation, that's what's going to help us build the trust. So they can assist us by giving us the opportunity, essentially, of building these relationships so we can share that journey of educating and trusting and hopefully preventing these types of situations, but ultimately having a better quality of life for all of us.
Thank you. So next question, which is, how does law enforcement work with the community to protect their civil rights? With that, we'll start with U.S. Attorney Escalona.
Okay, wait a minute, what's the question again? Sorry.
Sure. How does law enforcement work with the community to protect their civil rights?
So I think you'll probably hear it kind of the same thing from all of us. We go out into the communities, we take those cases. I have a civil rights in my office, just so everyone knows. We have a group that does civil rights enforcement. We have a group that does it on the civil side, and we have a group that does it on the criminal side. And in fact, I have a dedicated prosecutor, Michael Royster, wave, and he is our civil rights prosecutor. And so not that everybody in our office can't do those cases and doesn't do those cases, but Mike has just been tapped to be kind of our point person on that, because it is so important that we wanted to have an AUSA that was kind of dedicated to those cases. And so what we do is a lot is send Mike out into the community and say, like, please let him know if you have cases and you have things that we need to investigate. And so part of what we do is making sure that we're taking things at the federal level, and that we're also supporting our state and local law enforcement. I think you heard this morning a lot of that on the Emmett Till, where sometimes we can take things federally and sometimes we just simply can't. Our hands are tied. And so in those instances, we always want to support our state and local partners.
Thank you. Chief Mack?
Will you repeat the question?
Oh, yeah. How does law enforcement work with the community to protect their civil rights?
So I want to piggyback off Zach Peoples and his Citizens Police Academies, well, collegiate academies. So we do have a local one also, our Community Outreach and Public Education Division. If you're interested in participating, that phone number is 933-4175. But we do host the academies twice a year also, so the collaborations, the education component. Again, our police academy is extended from 20 weeks to 22 weeks. So just a lot of training, a lot of education, a lot of scenarios. Our core values for the city of Birmingham are customer service, efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, and accountability. So just holding each other accountable, just being intentional past the transaction. In our academies, depending on, if you keep up with the various curriculum for national standards for police officers, we've transitioned from the warrior mentality to the guardian mentality. So just making sure that we're intentional when we go into our communities, and I don't want to say inserting the human side, because we just want to make sure that our officers understand we are here to serve our community, and that regardless whether you're the victim or the suspect, you're a human being, and we're going to make sure that you get your due process and we treat you as a human being. And so those are the things that we're just being intentional about at the Birmingham Police Department, because we understand the history, and we know, I've had people to tell me they want nothing to do with the police. And it takes time to build that trust, and we have to constantly remind them that we're here because of the sacrifices that others that came before us made. But we're intentional, and we want to make the community a better place for everyone. So educating our recruits is the biggest thing. We have 20 recruits in the academy right now. They just started about 2 weeks ago. And so they're gonna go through a series of training just so they understand the impact of the choices that they make.
Thanks, Steve. District Attorney Washington?
Well, I think to become a friend, you must first show yourself friendly. And that comes with trust. When it comes to police officers, the community don't trust law enforcement. When it comes to prosecutors, DAs, the community don't trust prosecutors and DAs. So we have to take those extra steps, especially in an environment that we live in now. We have to take those extra steps to be intentional in our relationships. We have to show ourselves to be worthy to have their trust. We can't just trick people and say one thing and say we're going to do one thing and show them another and think that, oh man, they're not cooperating, they won't tell me anything. People have to genuinely trust us. And that trust is gained by being in the community, by the police academies and the citizen academies. And in my office, I don't have and I'm sure you probably don't either, a law enforcement academy, but I have interns that come and work in the office. Those students, they go out and they tell others about the DA's office, about the things that we're doing. There was a time that prosecutors, our worth was how many people that we can put in prison. But we know that mass incarceration and just putting people in prison does not improve our community. So we have to do things differently. And in doing things differently, we have to obtain the trust of the community. Confidential informants for police officers is very vital, is very important. I know my husband worked in law enforcement, and confidential informants, you may be a defendant or a suspect today, but you may be a confidential informant tomorrow, because a lot of these crimes happen in the neighborhood. They happen right in the neighborhood, and people see them. So if you don't gain the trust of people to talk to you, that you will protect them, and even if you can't guarantee 100% protection, at least you put forth an effort to protect them and to make sure that no harm comes to them. We have Crime Stoppers, 254-7777. People can easily call Crime Stoppers, won't know their identity, and if the information comes back to an arrest, you get a cash reward. No one has to know your identity. But again, even that goes to trust. Even that goes to trust. The community, there have been some things that police officers have done in the past. One bad apple just ruined the whole barrel. And so a lot of times we suffer the actions of one. And so it's hard to get to our community, but we have to trust confidential informants and whatever, and just stay involved in the community.
Awesome. Special Agent Peoples?
I think I've already mentioned several different ways that we've invited you into our house, and hopefully you will continue to invite us into your communities. But one way I didn't mention was our multicultural engagement committee, which is a combination of different races, different ethnicities, different religion, different professions that I meet with on a quarterly basis since I've been here. And it was important to me to make sure that we established that when I got here, because again, we can't see it all, and we all don't look alike, speak alike, or think alike. And so the ability to come together and talk about the things that are probably affecting all of our communities and come up with different ways to address those is extremely important. So I think we've met I've been here just over a year. We've met 3 times since I've been here. And one of the questions I got during the second meeting was, what do you want us to do? And that was the best question for me, because what I want you to do is to be an advocate to the community about building those relationships for us, about being intentional. So my challenge to my team now, every time that we meet with the Multicultural Committee, is give them something to take back. Whether it's a brochure, whether it's a message, whether it's a question. So everyone that they're going to meet and be representing, when we meet the next time, they have more information to bring back to us. So that's that intentional part about it, instead of just being transactional to meet, is to now let's meet and give you some homework. You give us some homework. And then by the time we meet, now we can come up with solutions of how to address these problems. So if you're interested in being a part of the Multicultural Advisory Committee, please touch bases with me. We want anybody that wants to be part of making a positive change in your community, regardless of what your role is. The more we come together, the better we will be.
Thank you, sir. The last question is, what are a few things you would like the attendees to take away from this conference? And we're going to start it with my fellow Miles Law, District Attorney Washington.
We need you. You need us. We've talked about the main things that we have resoundingly talked about were relationships, intentional relationships. We want you to take away that we all have an obligation to our community, to ourselves, to accept change, to accept differences, to talk, and with that talking and with that collaboration, with those differences, we can make a change. One person cannot do it alone. We all have a role to play in where we go from here. There are so many issues that we have now in our community, so many civil, constitutional right issues, IVF, pro-choice, pro-life, fair and free voting. We have certain constitutional rights that we have to work together to protect. So what I want you guys to take away is, as I said when I first started out, we need you and you need us. Thank you.
U.S. Attorney Escalona.
So I guess mine would be that I hope what you have seen is the breadth and depth of commitment to the civil rights of individuals in this state and in this city. We've seen people all the way from DC, the director of the FBI, coming down because, and he has a busy schedule, and he made time in his schedule because of his commitment to this mission and to the importance of civil rights, and to vindicating justice and vindicating those civil rights for individuals. And just when you see that, people coming from all over the country to Birmingham, Alabama, because of their commitment, because of the depth of their commitment to this cause and to these, to seeking justice and to ensuring civil rights for all Americans and for all Alabamians. And so I just hope that that has come across. You've seen everybody from locals to state to federal officials being here because it is so important. And if nothing else, I hope that you leave knowing that that is not a hollow commitment, that that is a commitment that we have on a daily basis. And it was just such an honor and a privilege to be able to show that a little bit over the last 2 days.
Thank you. Chief Matt?
Mine might be a little winded, but I want to start off. So I see Chief Nunn in the audience, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge her. So I feel like I'm getting teary-eyed. So as a recruit in the academy, I would look at her picture on the wall. And so every time that I see her, it's a surreal moment. And even being on the stage, I'm deeply appreciative and I'm honored to serve as the Assistant Chief of the Birmingham Police Department. And just these past 2 days, just hearing the testimonies and listening to the foot soldiers, I was able to actually get a picture with them outside. I didn't plan on crying, but just to know that these are the giants whose shoulders that I stand on. And so, Chief Nunn, I appreciate you. Every time I call, you answer the phone. Every time I text, she texts me back. And so just to be able to live in the moment, to be able to reach out and have those relationships, it is just a privilege. It is a true privilege. But to answer your question, I do want to let you all know, I'll piggyback off DA Washington. We need you. So the Birmingham Police Department is hiring. We operate.
There you go.
We operate $5,000
You really need
hiring bonus. We have a competitive benefit package, and our hiring team is actually in the back. Wave your hand. So we definitely want you to get involved in the community. I promise you, it will be tough in the academy, but it'll be worth it. We're preparing you. So please come join us. These past 2 days have just been so surreal, and I appreciate the opportunity. And at the Birmingham Police Department, I really believe that together we are the magic ingredient to make the Magic City a better quality of life for all of us.
Thank you. And with this last question, I did purposely start with District Attorney Washington because of the Miles law affiliation, but also I'm ending on purpose with Special Agent Peoples, everyone, because for you to your team and hosting us with this Civil Rights Institute, we can't thank you enough. But with that, you get to close us out, sir.
We live, we play, we worship, we dine out in these communities that we have sworn to protect. So we have a vested interest in ensuring that they're protected. So what I want you to take away is we're not some aliens that come here and prosecute and investigate and we leave. This is home. So what's happening in your communities is our communities. So we have a vested interest in protecting that. So the resources and the intentionality that we're putting behind what we do is because we care too. And we need you to care just as much as we do. We want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And I'm going to do everything I can because this is my home, to make sure that it's a safe home for all of us. And so I want the people in this community to care just as much as we do from a law enforcement and prosecutive side. And if you do, then I think we'll become a better Birmingham.
Thank you so much. So with that, I'll turn over to Dr. Briggs. And before I turn to Dr. Briggs, once again, I'd like to thank the panel, thank everyone in the room, and let you know this has been one of my highest honors in law school for sure. Thank you.
As a mother of 3, as a grandmother of 5, as a former kindergarten teacher, I can quote every cartoon on PBS. And this is that moment where my daughter, when she was a little girl, would say, "We did it, we did it, we did it, hooray." Okay, joking. It comes out every now and again. But seriously, I want to quote 54 words that were written by a civil rights giant, by the former president of Morehouse College, an institution across the street from my beloved undergraduate alma mater, Clark Atlanta University, one exceptional university. I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it, forced upon me, can't refuse it, didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give an account if I abuse it, just a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it. Those are the words of Dr. Benjamin E. Mays. Yesterday, during my opening remarks, I challenged each of us, including myself, to be intentional about the stories that we would hear, the policies that we would analyze, the data that we would explore, and the leaders that we would learn from. And to identify the ways, the opportunities that we have now to challenge injustice, to champion truth, in whatever way possible in the spaces of our individual and collective influence. We have work to do. I'm so grateful that we've all chosen to do it together. So before we depart, I would like to ask the committee who worked so hard on this program to please stand up. Please. They don't want to stand, so I'm going to call their names. My team included Charles Wood III, our Director of Education, Wayne Coleman, who's in the balcony, our Director of Archives, the ladies who've been out front holding it down, Michelle Craig, Lindsay Pike, Ebony Wallace, our VP of Marketing, Tiffany Saxton, and our photographer and social media, Amina Price, and then of course, our partners not in crime, Special Agent Cornelius Harris, Special Agent Joshua Lovett, Special Agent Darius Hill, Candace White, Tony Herrera Bast, and Terry Collins, and all those others who gave us space to create this opportunity for you. To the speakers, to you all as learners, I just am truly, 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 truly grateful. And I look forward to us doing it again. I was told by the A.G. Gaston Motel that for those of you who are visiting, the motel is still open. So please, if you would like to go visit that historic site, the last time that you all had a conference back in 2019, the museum was not yet open. It now is, and so the Rangers are there and they would love for you to drop by and visit. It's literally just behind the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute, so I encourage you to do that. I encourage you to take advantage of all the resources that were provided to you today, all the connections right here with us again across the street at the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute, the very open doors of the FBI, of the U.S. Attorney's Office. Again, thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you the next time.